what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Let's give Farley's own Natalie Coyle a nice round of applause. Great rendition of the national anthem to get us started here. Session number 1 of the Farley Nationals here at 300 Raceway. Beautiful facility. As we mentioned, for the 4th time, tractor and truck pulling has come to this town, and it has come in a big way here this weekend. The 2 tracks you see in front of you, fans, approximately 350 feet long, approximately 40 feet wide, or as wide as your normal 2-lane highway. You'll notice the white lines each side of the track. Any portion of that pulling vehicle touches those white lines, you will be disqualified. So we're going to start off our program tonight. We've got on the infield track, we've got our 9,300-pound Super Farm tractors. Over here on the grandstand side, we've got the 6,200-pound wheel-standing 2-wheel drives to put on a show for you here tonight, fans. So you will see, like I mentioned, well over 100 hooks here tonight for this competition here tonight. Now, are you fans in Farley ready to have a good time here tonight? Come on, let's hear you, Farley. Oh, come on, you guys can do a lot better than that. You guys ready to have a good time here tonight? Yeah, that's what we like to hear, no doubt. All right, super modified 2-wheel drives over here on the grandstand side, and then we've got our Super Farm competitors over there on the infield side as they get ready to roll out here tonight. Now, we talked about the big numbers. We've got 17 of the Super Farms over on the infield side, 2-wheel drives. We've got a whopper of a field. 32 of them have signed in here for competition here tonight, so gonna be spectacular here today. Now, we talk about 6,200 pounds, the weight of the 2-wheel drives, 9,300 pounds on the Super Farms. Now, those are maximum weights in tractor and truck pulling. Every of one of those weights is determined, of course, for each of the classes, and those weights are determined as maximum weights. Now, whether you go to the late model race here at the 300 Raceway, you want to be as light as possible, not in tractor and truck pulling. You want to be right at that maximum weight. So it looks like over on the 2-wheel drive side, out of Brown City, Michigan, we've got Jacob Shepard, the alcohol addiction fans, early model Chevrolet. Let's give a nice round of applause here. Our first hook. Now, each and every competitor in our classes, the first one will be considered our test puller. And what that means is he will be the only one in the class that will have the option to take or turn down that run. Now, we give him that option simply because he hasn't seen anybody else go down the track here tonight. So the distance comes in 349.44, 349.44 for Jacob Shepard here tonight. So looks like our track officials are going to take a look at a couple vehicles here to get everything all sorted out. Now we're going to bounce things over here into the infield side to our 9,300-pound Super Farm tractors, and that'll bring us up to our test puller, which will be Dave Whalen out of Tipton, Michigan. This is the My Last Excuse ride. Now for the Super Farm tractors, they competed last weekend down in Benson, North Carolina. They started off their season. They had 2 hooks down there in Benson. So this is hook number 3 for for the Super Farm competitors here. And it looks like for 2023, they will have 12 hooks on the docket for them. So the My Last Excuse underway here over on the Super Farm side. All right, what do you say, international fans, over on the Super Farm side? What a run right there for Dave Whalen. Once again, we are unofficial on both tracks. Our competition director down there, Marvin Epperson, says he wants to take a look at a couple vehicles here. So we know for sure over on the two-wheel drive side, we're going to take a look at one more hook. So a great run over there, 344 over on the two-wheel drive side. And our distance over on the Super Farm side, 370.61 to get us started over there on the Super Farm side. So it looks like we're going to take a look at a couple different vehicles out here in each of the classes. Now we talk about our weight transfer machines. Now fans, over on the infield track, you see that good-looking Case International, the Case IH red sled. This is, they're both the sleds are out of the Von Bauer camp out of Peyton, Iowa. Now this Case IH sled is brand new, untested, first time out at a national event, and Donnie Bauer going to be the operator of that machine here tonight. Now over here on the two-wheel drive side, we've got the purple Ironman sled, and we've got Big operating that sled. Now that's Chris Sprecher, but he doesn't go by that name, he goes by Big. And he won't answer if you call him Chris. So Big sitting up there in the Ironman purple, he's going to have the job of stopping all this high horsepower over on the two-wheel drive side. Now, speaking of the two-wheel drives, we're going to go back to a machine. Well, take a look at the paint job on this one here. Chad Timmerman out of Dickeyville, Wisconsin, the Showdown. Now, that Showdown scheme goes way, way back into the early days of the two-wheel drives back in the early 80s when this particular Showdown scheme came out of the state of Illinois on an old 60s style El Camino. And the Timmermans decided to bring this out the last couple of years here, and boy, it is a real showstopper. So good to see here the Timmerman team. Of course, they used to run mini rods years ago, the old Wildfire. So Chad Timmerman gets the nod to do the driving here. Good-looking Chevy S10 on the starting line here. Once again, we're still unofficial over on the two-wheel drive side as well as the Super Farm. The Showdown out of Dickeyville, Wisconsin. As we mentioned, 32 strong here in the super modified two-wheel drive class tonight. And we've got an update over on the infield side. We are going to have a reset. You see, we've got the loader out there. We're going to add about 2,000 pounds to that infield track, that sled down there. So we will add 2,000 pounds to the box down there on the Super Farm. So we're going to restart that class over. We got a distance of 307.95 over on the two-wheel drive side. And looks like that will be good enough for the number 2 spot currently for Chad Timmerman and the Showdown Chevrolet. So as we get things sorted out here on our super modified two-wheel drive side as well as our Super Farm side, we'd like to mention, of course, about the different classes that you are watching, the 6,200-pound trucks. Like we say, that is a maximum weight. They've got 575 cubic inches underneath the hood, blown and injected on alcohol. Now, we do have a couple turbocharge entries back there as well. We'll talk about those as they come up. But those engines, fans, basically what you can find in a top alcohol funny car or a dragster out on the quarter mile. Same basic engine there. Of course, we run the alcohol fuel, no exotic fuels in these machines. They'll run those 18.4, 16.1 giant puller tires on the back. So it looks like we're about ready to go here with our restart on the Super Farm track as we've got Brooke Ferris out of Addison, Michigan, the Assorted Nuts tractor. He's going to be our new test puller over here on the Super Farm track. Now we talk about the Super Farm tractors, 9,300 pounds, the maximum weight of those tractors. They'll have a 640 cubic inches underneath the hood. They'll also run one single turbocharger, fans. Now turbocharger, nothing more than an air compressor that runs off exhaust pressure. But on these Super Farm tractors, they will run a regulated 3-inch inlet and 3-inch outlet. That's all they're allowed on the Super Farm class. But I'll tell you, when it's all said and done, these tractors, they crank about 1,700 to 1,800 horsepower with that one single turbocharger. So very, very impressive here over on the Super Farm side. So it looks like the assorted nuts ready to go here. Brooke Ferris, this tractor was the ring winner down in Bowling Green, Ohio, the National Tractor Pulling Championships last August. And our new test puller here over on the Super Farms, as we've added 2,000 pounds to the weight box here. And we got to get these Super Farms shut down. All right, well, I'll tell you right there, you can see this track taking some horsepower. You better be prepared with brute horsepower here tonight. These tracks in Farley, they know all over the country about the power tracks here in Farley, and you better bring your A game because you are going to need it. That is for sure.
135.
So 308.13, the distance here for Brooke Ferris Jr. with the assorted nuts tractor. And of course, he will have that option, whether to take or turn down that run as our test puller. And he is going to go down in the class. He's going to turn down that run. He thinks he can do a lot better than that. So we're going to, once again, we're unofficial there over on the Super Farm side as Brooke Ferris turns down that run of 308.13. Now back over here on the two-wheel drive side, we've had a couple distances in this class. Well, we've got one tough hombre backing in right now. 7-time NTPA Grand National Champion, the all-time winner in two-wheel drive competition here with the NTPA. That's going to be second-generation puller Jesse Petro out of Camden, Ohio, with the Buckeye hauler on the starting line. Now our first look at a 1923 Bucket T here on the starting line. We'll run a whole bunch of different body styles on these two-wheelers. This is a popular one right here. All right, so Jesse Petro leading on the equipment. We see a little bit of smoke out the pipes there at the end of his run here. Now, we mentioned all-time winner in two-wheel drive competition here with the NTPA, Jesse Petro. Going into tonight's event, 64 career victories in two-wheel drive, and that is number one. Very, very impressive. Of course, a class that started way back in 1983. So 318.64 for Jesse Petro here tonight. So once again, waiting from trackside to see whether or not we are going to stay with that setting. We've watched a couple of the two-wheelers go down the track here. As you can see, good enough right now for the number 2 position here for Jesse Petro, 318.64. All right, so going to move things back over to the Super Farm side as we've got Ryan Anderson, the Hoopeston, Illinois tractor that's checking out, once again, international on the starting line over on the Super Farm side. Now, Ryan Anderson back 2022, he finished up number 2 in Grand National points, currently sitting in the number 5 spot going into tonight's program. Now, he was the 2021 Grand National Champion and has had kind of an odd offseason for this team. They have basically rebuilt that whole entire tractor. They had some issues. They wrecked one of their engines on the dyno, and of course dynoing for these Super Farm tractors, all that little extra horsepower, and it means a lot, and they do spend a lot of time on the dyno, and this particular tractor unfortunately had some issues on that, so they have rebuilt that engine brand new for last weekend's competition. We started down in Benson, North Carolina. And as we mentioned, Ryan coming into this event here, number 5 in the Grand National points. So a good-looking International 1256 out of Hoopeston, Illinois, just south of Chicago, right on the Indiana line. All right, fans. Once again, boy, these Super Farm competitors, they're running that big gear on this track here. And like we mentioned, this track taking some horsepower. We've seen it years previous here. These competitors have heard about this Farley track and no doubt putting everything they got into it here tonight. So excellent run right there for Ryan Anderson, fans. 323.23, 323.23 will be the distance here. For Ryan Anderson. All right, the high maintenance here over on the two-wheel drive side. We've got Tony Fleming here, Lamont, Iowa, not too far from home. Once again, another second-generation puller. The high maintenance, they call this Chevrolet Colorado. Now, Tony's dad, Lance, a longtime puller up here in eastern Iowa. You see him down there trackside, making sure everything going smooth down there for the team. So Tony Fleming, brother act here out of eastern Iowa. What do you think, fans? I think we might have ourselves a new leader. We're going to have to wait officially. But he had to go better than 349.44. 349.44. Jacob Shepard, our current leader. He was our test puller with that old school Chevrolet. All right, 345.80. 345.80 for Tony Fleming. That'll put him in the number 2 spot currently over on the two-wheel drive side. And fans, as you can see here tonight, going to run them fast and furious. Our competition director, Marvin Epperson, said he'd like to have a hook going down the track every 2.5 minutes here tonight. So it's going to be fast and furious. We've got a bunch of competitors to run, so we want to keep the show moving right along here. And we're going to bounce things back over to the Super Farm side. Jason Benser, the tractor out of Michigan, Edwardsburg, Michigan, the Plastic Money. Now this team, they've got a plastic injection molding company back up there in Michigan. And during the week, they do that. On the weekends, they go pulling this John Deere. All right, so the John Deere, first look at the Deere over on the Super Farm track here tonight for Jason Benser, the John Deere 4555. And, of course, we'll have a nice mix of the Deeres and the Internationals in our Super Farm competition. Now, we saw last weekend down in Benson, North Carolina, the John Deeres had the upper hand as we had both the sessions were won by the John Deeres last weekend. So 305.53, 305.53 will be the distance for Jason Benser here tonight. All right, back over on the two-wheel drive side, we've got the Showtime Wayne Timmerman out of Cuba City, Wisconsin. And I'll tell you, these Timmerman trucks are tough. Long-time pullers. Years ago, started out in the mini rod competition before getting involved with the two-wheel drive class. So the Showtime of Wayne Timmerman. Now, last year, this truck, fans, finished up number 2 in the Grand National Circuit, just falling short of picking up that prestigious first championship. Now, he's going to roll the dice a little bit. Now, each and every competitor can spot that weight transfer machine anywhere you want between those white lines. You'll notice behind the sled, fans, there's an orange cone, and those competitors will move that cone from side to side all evening long. Now, Wayne Timmerman, he's going to put it right up against that left-hand chalk line. He's going to try something a little bit different here. Most of the competitors we've seen early in this class have kind of gone off the middle part of the track here, so Wayne's going to go over to the left and see how that's going to work out here for him here tonight. So going to try to back in a little bit more square to the front of that weight transfer machine. You want to make sure you're not off one way left or right from that weight transfer machine. as that sled will actually pull you that direction once you get that chain tight. So they'll hook up the primary chain there, and then we will also hook up the kill switch if the vehicle were to become dislodged from the pulling sled. And of course, then we'll get the slack out of the chain. No jerk starts in tractor and truck pulling. You must start with a tight hitch. So the showtime out of Wisconsin. Uh-oh. And just like that, the fire goes away. Now, the big question, did he lose that power before that 100-foot mark? Now, each and every competitor has 2 attempts to make a measurable distance if you don't get past that 100-foot mark. So we'll have to wait and see what the officials determine. But right now, we're going to send things back over to the Super Farm side. We've got Joe Hildebrand out of Manchester, Iowa, the walking tall John Deere. And if memory serves me right, made his first run out on the circuit last year here at the Farley Nationals. Good looking walking tall, and it is walking here tonight, fans. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Good run for the John Deere, as he is awful close to that lead distance cone down there. Now, we do have the cone set up over on the left-hand side. As we get the distance in here from our laser crew, of course, we'll be measuring with a laser. Laser team is set up down at the end of the track. You'll see them up in between turns 1 and 2 here of the raceway, and they will shoot that laser off the sled at the starting line as well as at the finish line to give us our accurate distance here tonight. So 303.68 will be the distance here for Joe Hildebrand, the man out of Manchester, Iowa. And looks like Showtime is going to head back to the pit area, fans. They are going to drop. So as we mentioned, they do have one more attempt here. So let's give a nice round of applause here for the Showtime team. Hopefully they'll be able to get that truck to come back a little bit later on. One tough customer, and it would be a shame if they were not able to make their run here tonight. So with that, we'll take the Showtime team back to the pit area here, and hopefully nothing too serious on that truck here tonight. So over on the Super Farm side, Ryan Anderson, our current leader, with the checking out at 323.23. Sitting in the number 2 spot, Jason Benser with that John Deere, the Plastic Money, at 305.53. Now over on the two-wheel drive side, currently we've got Jacob Shepard, our leader, at 349.44. And sitting in the number 2 spot, we've got Tony Fleming with the high maintenance at 345.80. So those are our top 2 on each track currently. And looks like over on the two-wheel drive side, we're going to do something a little bit different here. We've got a turbocharged entry here. And this is Lynn Stummy out of Waverly, Iowa, the Heartbeat truck, long-time puller up in Iowa, and runs up here with Region 3 with the NTPA as well. So long-time runners, of course. This truck, twin turbocharged, something a little bit different. As still be cranking out about 25 to 3,000 horsepower, just like the supercharged engines. Of course, the supercharger on the trucks runs off the engine's crankshaft. The turbocharger we talked about runs off the engine's exhaust system. So very unique sound here. The Heartbeat out of Iowa. You can see right there, fans, light on the nose. We talk about, having the balance set perfectly on these two-wheel drives, and can be pretty tricky. Now, ideally, as you go down the track, you want to have about 12 to 14 inches off the ground. And as you can see on Lynn's run right there, the front end came right up. Now, when that front end gets so high like that, you lose leverage on the drawbar. Makes that sled just a little bit harder to pull. So 284.78 the distance, 284.78 the distance here for Lynn Stummy here tonight. So 284.78. right, fans, Super Farm side, Brady Ferris with the Absolutely Nuts out of Addison, Michigan. Now, this is the team tractor we saw earlier in the class, the Assorted Nuts machine, Brooke Ferris Jr., and this is the teammate to that tractor, which, of course, we'll be seeing the Assorted Nuts coming back a little bit later on. But tough sledding over here on the Super Farm side. Ryan Anderson sitting out front here. Now 312.20, the distance 312.20 for Brady Ferris here tonight with the Absolutely Nuts, which will put him in the number 2 spot. Currently over on the Super Farm side, but like we say, Ryan Anderson sitting out front. Now, the Super Farm class here for 2023 is sponsored by the High Torque Company, and of course, they are a class sponsor for this particular class here for 2023. Of course, IMI Performance wants you to know that the addition to the high torque starters designed for those of you amongst the NTPA, they are also certified marine high torque starters for both bottom and top mount applications, as well as many diesel engines. Give us a call at 888-2-HIGH-TORQUE. Or High Torque Starters is proud to be an NTPA sponsor and, of course, proud sponsor of the NTPA Super Farm class here for 2023. So back over on the two-wheel drive side, fans. Well, here's a guy that needs no introduction to this track right here in Farley, Iowa, as we've got the Simon Says, R.J. Simon. Now, over the years here at this track, we've seen R.J. run, I think, as many as 5 vehicles at one point he's done over the last couple of years. I think tonight's going to share the driving with one of the 5 vehicles with a couple other drivers here tonight, but the Simon Says Chevrolet out of Farley, Iowa, as he gets back in. Of course, this is hook number 1 for the two-wheel drive class here in 2023, and they have 13 scheduled hooks for this class here this season. So as we saw earlier with Jesse Petro moving that sled over to the left-hand side, RJ's going to move it back a little bit towards the center part of the track here tonight as they all go looking for that 349.44. Jacob Shepard, first hook down the class, and he is holding on with that vintage Chevrolet. So we just make him slack out of the chain here, and we are ready to go over here on the grandstand side. Simon Says Chevrolet. All right, where's our Simon Says fans? Come on, fans, let's cheer them on. Looks like going to come up a little bit short here, fans. Now, remember, they are going to have 5 trucks in this class here tonight, so no doubt they'll take some information off this truck and apply it to their next couple here as we bounce back over to the Super Farm side. And we will have Brad Hart here with the Don't Ask out of Clayton, Michigan. Of course, red tractor, Don't Ask. They farm green during the week, but on the weekends they go pulling with red. So 313.39 for R.J. Simon, 313.39 for R.J. Simon over on the two-wheel drive side. All right, fans, so Brad Hart over here on the Super Farm side, currently tied for the number 6 spot in Grand National points, 318.33, the distance 318.33, the distance for Brad Hart here tonight. And that's a good one, fans. That'll put him in the number 2 spot currently here in our Super Farm competition. So 318.33 for Brad Hart here tonight. Amongst our Super Farm competitors, as we said, we've got 17 in the class here tonight, and we're going to run them fast and furious, as you can see here, as we are rolling right along as our two-wheel drives as well. We are on position number 8 already out of the 32, as Marty Clock will bring out the Just Like Clockwork out of Gaston, Indiana. over here on the two-wheel drive side. Now we're starting to see the competitors. They're going to move that sled back towards the center part of the track here. I think we've kind of worn out that left-hand sideline here and seen the distance kind of back up a little bit. So they're going to move it back towards the middle part of the track here. So the Chevrolet S10 makes its way to the starting line here. Marty Klock. Now he had a win at Dodge City, Kansas in 2022, last year out on the Grand National Circuit. Now just finished outside of the top 10 in points with this truck. 1993 Chevrolet S10 here on the starting line. So once again, 349.44. That is the mark to beat here on the two-wheel drive side, 349.44. So right now, Jacob Shepard, he is in the catbird seat right now, currently leading this class. He was our first hook down the track with that old school mid-40s model Chevrolet. So let's see what the S10's got for us here tonight. Marty Klock. Another victim of the Farley track right there, fans. Brought that engine to its knees here, and this track is definitely taking some power. Wow. All right, over on the Super Farm side, we've got the Wolverine Deer. Now, this tractor right here was a winner this past Saturday night down in North Carolina. They picked up their first win of the season. It's going to be Tony Sietsma out of Allendale, Michigan. The Wolverine Deer, of course, a longtime competitor in the Super Farm ranks. 315.17 the distance for Marty Klock. So looks like back over on the Super Farm side here is Tony Sietsma tied for the number 2 spot in our Grand National point standings here with the John Deere 4430. Now they up in Allendale, Michigan, they've got a bunch of greenhouses up there in the horticulture business. And of course, I've been pulling these Super Farm tractors for many, many years. At one time, the Sietsma team, they had about 3 of these Super Farm tractors in competition. Kind of cut back here to just the one. Tony been running that with his teammate Mike Pitch, who's going to be doing some of the driving here throughout the summer. Now, we saw Mike Pitch pick up a victory on this tractor back at the NTPA Spring Nationals event up in Shipshewana this past March. So definitely one to watch. What do you think, John Deere fans? Can he do it? Do we have any John Deere fans here tonight? Come on, John Deere, let's cheer him on. John Deere, I think you may have done it. We're going to have to wait and see officially, but wow, what a run right there. Ryan Anderson, our leader at 323.23 with that international. And Tony Sietsma, boy, I'll tell you, those last 5 feet just crawling down through there. As the distance comes in here, 327.21. We got a new leader. So the Wolverine Deer goes in the number 1 spot, and it is green. So Tony Sietsma takes over that number 1 spot here over on the Super Farm side. Two-wheel drive competition. So we're going to have, well, the second of the Simon trucks will be up next here, the Thor, and that will be over on the two-wheel drive side. Of course, Brad Wacob going to be doing the driving here, Farley, Iowa, but looks like we're going with the Crop Doctor over on the Super Farm side, John Silsby. longtime runner in the Super Farm ranks, Union City, Michigan, with the Crop Doctor. International 1066. Now, John, the 2019 NTPA Grand National Champion in the Super Farm ranks. And would like nothing better than go back into that number one spot. To do so, he's got to go better than 327. Boy, those Super Farm Tractors fans, we mentioned, one single turbocharger, but they are getting some ground speed out here. Really getting locked into that track, that first 50 to 100 feet. Get those 24.5-inch wide rear tires and get them locked into the track. And it's going to be a good one here. Definitely going to shake the order up here for John Silsby. So pull distance comes in at 320.29, 320.29, the distance for John Silsby. And right now that will put him in the number 3 spot, I do believe. Yeah, that'll put him in the number 3 spot. Of course, behind Tony Sietsma and Ryan Anderson with the checking out. Our current top 2 right now over on the Super Farm side. So we talked about the Thor Chevrolet S10 moving out on the track right now. Now, R.J. Simon, as we say, is a wheeler and a dealer as far as pulling vehicles go, and actually transporter vehicles as well, trailers. R.J.'s involved a little bit of everything. Now, he picked this truck up here over the winter months. This is the Thor truck that originally came out of the state of Virginia, then found its way to Kentucky, and R.J. picked it up. Now, Brad, the helper, going to be doing the driving here tonight. Brad Wacob, a long-time crewman out on the pulling circuit, and of course been up here in Farley, Iowa the last couple of years, and he has been tapped to do the driving here of the Thor Chevy S10 here tonight. Now, we saw him in the Simon Says Dodge, I do believe, at the end of the season last year down in Missouri, so he does have a little bit of pulling experience. And would like nothing better to put this truck into the number 1 spot here tonight. Now, once again, 349.44 is our lead distance over on the two-wheel drive side. Jacob Shepard, our current leader with the alcohol addiction retap. And it looks like over on the Super Farm side, we've got Gary Shavink out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin, with the new Attitude Super Farm. He's ready to go over there. So it looks like we're going to go ahead with the two-wheel drive first, and then we'll run the Super Farm. We don't want to run them simultaneously. All right, green flags are out for Brad Wacob, the Thor Chevrolet. All right, nice run right there for the Thor Chevrolet S10. And no doubt Brad will be satisfied with that run here. So now back over Super Farm. We've got Gary Shavink. Now, Gary, interesting competitor over on the Super Farm side. Now, he was our 2022 Grand National Champion. And previous to that, he was a sled operator. Fans, Gary Shavink with that new Attitude. As we mentioned, he was a former sled operator for many, many years. He sat in the back there and operated that sled throughout the north up there in Wisconsin as well as Minnesota. So the distance for the Thor, 309.01, 309.01. And we've got a distance here for Gary Shavink at 319.87, 319.87, and looks like unofficially good enough for the number 4 spot, I do believe, over here on the Super Farm side. So once again, our Super Farm tractors here for the 2023 campaign, sponsored by High Torque. Of course, the class sponsor. Picked them up last weekend. They were on the Super Farm class for the first weekend of the season down there in Benson, North Carolina. As we see 319.87 go up on the scoreboard here for Gary Shavink. So once again, here are top three competitors over on the Super Farm side. We've got the John Deere, Tony Sietsma, current leader with the Wolverine Deere, the number one spot at 327.21. Sitting number two, Ryan Anderson with the Checking Out International at 323.23. And then rounding out the top three currently, John Silsby with the Crop Doctor at 320.29. So that is over on the Super Farm side. And as you can see, fans, off into turns number 3 and 4 here. The Speedway just jam-packed with pullers as we've got our next couple classes lined up down there. All the competitors will go, of course, through tech inspection this afternoon and then across the scales before they go and hook to that weight transfer machine. And, of course, you must not be heavier than that maximum weight that you are allowed for your class. So the Hot Nasty, another one of those tough running trucks out of Wisconsin. This time, Dickeyville, Wisconsin. This is going to be Kyle Timmerman with the Hot Nasty Chevrolet Colorado. Makes his way on the track here. Of course, Kyle has run at a couple of the Farley National events here the last couple of years. First year that the NTPA banner is over the Speedway here for the 4th annual event. So the Hot and Nasty Kyle Timmerman now, he's going to move that sled back up towards the left-hand side once again as these competitors searching all around to try to take over that number one spot. Jacob Shepard is sitting way out front here. And lately, we've kind of seen the distances fall back just a little bit here. Oh, I'd say he got it sorted out, fans. What do you think? Right down that left-hand sideline, and boy, he got the momentum going. This is definitely going to shake things up here, fans. Definitely going to shake it up. All right, fans, 334.96. 334.96 for Kyle Timmerman. And the Hot Nasty good enough for the number 3 spot right now over on the two-wheel drive side. So just like that, we see back into contention. You know, they were searching around there. They went down that left-hand chalk line the whole way, and it worked out for the team out of Wisconsin here tonight. Back over on the Super Farm side, we've got Dan Schulte, Dyersville, Iowa, the Binder Express. Now, Dyersville, what, about 5-10 minutes down the road here for Dan? Well, they always say the hardest pull to win is the one right in your backyard. Now, last weekend, Dan was down in North Carolina running in the Super Farm class down there. This weekend, like you say, about 5-10 minutes down the road here with that good-looking Binder Express tractor out of Dyersville. International 1066 now currently tied for the number 2 spot. We've got about a 3-way tie for the number 2 spot in Super Farm competition going into this weekend's event here at Farley. So 310.90 will be the distance here for Dan Schulte. And looks like number 7 currently right now. So it looks like back over on the two-wheel drive side, we should have Jordan Moore out of Mankato, Minnesota. And the Pack Rat number 7. We've got a couple Pack Rats. I believe we got 3 of them on hand here tonight out of the Christensen team there up in the state of Minnesota. They'll also brought their modified tractor as well to run in the modified class. So keeping things going here. Once again, we've got another 1923 Bucket T as Jordan Moore will make his way to the starting line here. He'll be followed by Chase Richardson and Tom Terrell. Next up over on the two-wheel drive side. All right, fans, well, they tell us Wayne Timmerman is actually on the clock here. He dropped 6 positions there with the mechanical, and they currently have him on the clock right now. So he does have one more attempt here. So they have him on the clock here, and if he does not make it, we'll jump ahead. But they tell us Wayne Timmerman should be up next over on the two-wheel drive side with the showtime. Remember, he made it just about to that 100-foot mark there before that truck quit on him. All right, so they tell us officially Wayne Timmerman going to be a scratch tonight, fans. Unfortunately, the showtime not going to be able to make it to the sled here tonight, so hopefully they'll be able to bring that truck back tomorrow night. Now back over on the Super Farm side, we're going to have, looks like Dan Niemeyer out of Hardwick, Minnesota with the Red Rider. And looks like our lone competitor here out of the state of Minnesota in the Super Farm ranks. Of course, the Super Farm class has started up here in the north, back in the mid to late 90s, and before it became a national class. But they used to run the Super Farms up in Minnesota, Wisconsin, up here in Iowa as well. And then got noticed as a very popular class, and of course became a national class. And been running out on the NTPA Grand National Circuit since 2003. That was the first year that it became a Grand National class. So Dan Niemeyer over on the Super Farm side, out of Minnesota. And once again, fans, I don't know how many tractors we've had over on the Super Farm side snuffing out there as a track taking that horsepower. 301.26 for Dan Niemeyer, 301.26 for the Red Rider here tonight over on the Super Farm. Now we've got the Bucket T here, Jordan Moore on the starting line, the Pack Rat number 7. As we mentioned, first of 3 trucks they're going to have here in competition. Taking the big power here tonight. Once again, fans, two-wheel drive. Jordan Moore going to come up short here, Mankato, Minnesota, with the Pack Rat number 7. All right, 285.02, 285.02. All right, so 285.02, and looks like they're going to need a tow vehicle down there for Jordan Moore to get him off the track here tonight. So once again, over here on the two-wheel drive side, current leader Jacob Shepard looking for that career first victory. Alcohol addiction retapped at 349.44. Right now in the catbird seat in the number 2 spot. It looks like we've got Tony Fleming with the high maintenance at 345.80. And then we'll put Kyle Timmerman, number 3, with the hot and nasty at 334.96. So top 3 over on the two-wheel drive side. Now, fans, we want to make sure you head on down to the NTPA Novelty Stand down here, just located behind the grandstands. All kinds of hats, T-shirts, sweatshirts, brand new. They also have the Farley Nationals T-shirts down there, the event T-shirts as well. So make sure you get those. Those go pretty quick at each and every event. So if you want a nice souvenir to take home from the Farley Nationals, make sure you head on down to the NTPA Novelty Stand. Now, we also got the 300 Raceway Novelty Stand as well. They've got all kinds of hats and T-shirts as down there as well. So that located behind the main grandstand as well, the Farley Nationals here in 300 Raceway. Of course, bringing the pull-in action fast and furious once again, as we've got Stan Ward on the starting line down there in the Super Farm class. Berrien Springs, Michigan, the Hammer and Hank tractor. And, of course, Stan right now tied for the number 6 spot in Grand National points. Now, he was our 2018 Grand National champion. All right, International 3688 out of Southwest Michigan. As you can see, quite a few of the pullers here in our Super Farm class come out of the Wolverine state of Michigan.
310.045.
So 310.04, the distance here for Stan Warda. So it looks like we've got 9 out of 17 in our Super Farm class come out of the state of Michigan here tonight, and that seems to be the case just about any of the Grand National pulls we go. We've got quite a few of the Michigan pullers that are pre-committed. As it looks like we're going to have our next up on the two-wheel drive side, should have Chase Richardson, the fistful of dollars out of Litchfield, Kentucky. He's got the Full Pull Bets sponsorship on the side of this truck, the new wrap here for 2022. Of course, looking to launch that 2023. As Chase Richardson, of course, he'll have a mini rod. He'll be running here a little bit later on, part of the CJ Grassick and Chase Richardson pulling team. But been tapped to do the driving here tonight of the two-wheel drive. Of course, his roots in the super modified two-wheel drive. You fans may remember years ago the old Kodiak truck. Of course, his dad runs an unlimited modified, so a lot of pulling there with the UD Motorsports team out of Litchfield, Kentucky. So the Full Pull Bets, fistful of dollars. Now, this is a former Grand National champion truck. Clay Chastain picked up that championship a couple years ago. As Clay not on hand here tonight, Chase is going to be doing the driving. Wow. And I do believe popped supercharger right up on top there. We'll have to take a look at the replay, either burst panel or the supercharger itself, as we see the officials down there looking now. Right now they're looking for the fuel lines, and a lot of times when you lift a supercharger like that, you'll get the excess alcohol and maybe a little small fire, so they're just going to make sure that's contained down there. Fans, let's give them a tough luck round of applause. Chase Richardson and the fistful of dollars, the Full Pull Bets ride, and just past that 100-foot mark. We'll take a look here on the replay. Yeah, right there. 100.29 will officially be the distance here, 100.29. So definitely not the run he was looking for, as they'll take that truck back to the pits and hopefully be able to make it out for tomorrow night's session. As you can see, they're knocking down some of the flames. As we move on over Super Farm side, we're starting to wind things down over there. Class number 1 on the infield side, Lee Butts out of Fairgrove, Michigan. The Press On tractor, retired farmer just north of Detroit. Here in our Super Farm competition. Once again, they're all chasing that Wolverine deer of Tony Seatsma, Allendale, Michigan, 327.21, 327.21. International 1066, the Press On. He'll be followed by Jeff Martin with the Hustler, and then we've got Russ Freeze Deer Tracks. Next couple up here over on the Super Farm side. So Lee Butts gets ready to set his sights. Now, he was the 2022 Wolverine state champion up there, the state circuit up there in the state of Michigan. He picked up that championship last year, as well as finishing up number 9 in the Grand National. Oh, what do you think, fans? Did he have enough? I know it snuffed him there at the end of his run, but had a lot of ground speed going. At 327.21, Tony Sietsma set that mark just about the middle point of this class, and they have been struggling. 319.77. 319.77 the distance here, and looks like, I would say number 5 position looks like. Number 5 for Lee Butts with the press-on tractor out of the state of Michigan. Of course, fans, lots of goodies to eat here at 300 Raceway. Of course, the main food stand behind the grandstands. They also got the ice-cold beverages right off of turn number 1 down there at the Beverage Hut. Sponsored by Case IH. It's easy to enter. Just visit ntpapool.com or scan one of the QR codes on the Case IH banners around the track. You see those banners, the flags, fans? Just give a scan on the QR code, and you may be the Case IH NTPA super fan. All right, so back over to track number 1 here. We've got the high-maintenance Chevrolet Colorado. Tom Terrell out of Swisher, Iowa. One of 2 high-maintenance trucks we've got in the field. Of course, not related at all, just different competitors, just happen to have the same name. And then it looks like over on the Super Farm side, we've got Jeff Martin with the Hustler out of Stratford, Wisconsin, backing in. So it looks like we're going to go 2-wheel drive first. Flag is up. Fans, the high maintenance and Tom Terrell, hook number 13 out of the 32 we've got here tonight. So we're creeping up to that halfway point here in our super modified 2-wheel drive competition.
6.01.
All right, pull distance for Tom Terrell comes in at 306.01. 306.01. And currently good enough for the number 9 position here tonight. So back over to Super Farm. We've got Jeff Martin out of Stratford, Wisconsin, the Hustler. So good run right there for the Hustler. Once again, the Super Farm division starts to wind down. We got about 4 more left to go here. Now we've got last week's winner in our field as well. So make sure you hang around to see the final here. 309.70. 309.70 for Jeff Martin here tonight.
So I remember seeing it and I'm like, oh, that's different by it, you know.
So 309.70. Yeah. All right, fans, back over on the 2-wheel drive side. Russ Nichols, Lore City, Ohio, on the Edge machine. Husband and wife pulling team out of Eastern Ohio, and we see Kelly comes out on the track right now, going to back Russ in. Of course, a beautiful Ford Ranger machine. Now this truck right here, fans, the 2023 Grand Champion down at the Championship Tractor Pull down in Louisville, the National Farm Machinery Show event. They were the grand winners on Saturday night as they picked up that title. Of course, over the years, this truck here, this team, 2019 Grand National Champions. Now, they built this brand new truck for 2021 from top to bottom. And this truck really had a great summer that year, has won a lot of events on the circuits. So now, fans, take a look at where he has spotted the sled. He is going to move that sled just about right of center here. Going to try something a little bit different. Russ Nichols on the edge. Now he comes to two-wheel drive pulling via garden tractor pulling. Very involved in garden tractor pulling, building parts, components, tractors. So Russ Nichols on the edge. The big question, fans, did he have enough? Now, 349.44, the mark to beat. All right, fans, it's a good one. 328.28 over on the two-wheel drive side. Oh, now fans, this was last week's winner on Friday night down in Benson, North Carolina. Russ Fries out of Manchester, Tennessee, and the Deer Tracks. Now he came down that right-hand sideline trying something a little bit different over here on the Super Farm side as well with the Deer Tracks tractor. Now that's a John Deere 4430. Now 323.61, so 323.61 for Russ Fries, and it looks like number 2 position, so 323.61. So we are going to have a change in position there on the Super Farm side. Number 2 spot right now, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause. The tractor out of Tennessee. All right, so right now over on the Super Farm side, we've got the John Deeres looking strong here. Tony Sietsma, current leader with the Wolverine Deere at 327.21. Russ Fries was 323.61 with the Deer Track sitting in the number 2 spot. And then it looks like the number 3 spot will be Ryan Anderson with the Checking Out International at 323.23. So that is our current top 3 over on the Super Farm side. As looks like next up on the two-wheel drive side, we've got Jesse Petro with his second truck of the evening. We saw his Buckeye hauler a little bit earlier in the class. So the second of the Petro trucks here, Camden, Ohio, Jesse Petro. Of course, a long-time runner in two-wheel drive competition, running the Kathy's Complaint truck. Now, this is the truck that his dad, Randy, had run for many, many years, picking up many a championship. Of course, we lost Randy just back in 2020, and of course, the pulling team, they're carrying on that proud tradition here with the Petro trucks here in two-wheel drive. Of course, they'll have one more truck in the competition a little bit later on. His teammate Joey Frazier will be out a little bit later on. Right now, it's Jesse's turn. I think we're starting to figure this track out, fans, over on the two-wheel drive side. We're starting to see the distances stretch out a little bit here. As, of course, during the day, the track crew, they'll put a lot of water in the track. And, of course, as that sun goes down, the moisture comes up in that track. Now, if you take a look at our pulling tracks here tonight, fans, as they look right now, you see the dark spots, you see the light spots. That's the water starting to work its way up here in our pulling track here tonight. So 344.23 for Jesse Petro, number 3 spot here. So an excellent run there, 344.23 for Jesse Petro. All right, fans, over on the Super Farm side, we go back to the top of the class here. Dave Whalen, Tipton, Michigan. Remember, he was our original test puller, the My Last Excuse here. And these next two tractors were after our reset of that weight transfer machine where we heavied that sled up. So 322.51 the distance, 322.51 for Dave Whalen, and that is a good one. As looks like unofficially that'll put him number 4 spot. So number 4 for Dave Whalen here late in the field. So we are down to 1, fans. Just one left to go here. Brooke Ferris Jr. with the assorted nuts will be our final tractor over on the Super Farm side. So you international fans, you got one shot left here, and it's a good one. The assorted nuts tractor, the case 2294 machine. So he is waiting in the wings to take us home here tonight. Now back over on the two-wheel drive side, we're going to go R.J. Simon. And of course, a truck that needs no introduction here to 300 Raceway, the Simon Says Dodge. That, of course, Roger Simon taken to 3 Grand National champions over the years. Of course, during the last years there, RJ would help out with the driving duties on the Simon Says trucks. Of course, they've run so many different trucks over the years. Now back when Roger was pulling with partner Steve Olson, they would run the Miller High Life truck. Of course, they had the Simon Says Dodge. They had the Simon Says Chevrolet. So I'm sure a lot of you longtime fans remember those throughout the years. And of course, RJ carrying on that tradition. Now they put a brand new chassis under this body here once again for 2023. So we see the assorted nuts coming out to finish out our Super Farm class here tonight, fans. This will be our final tractor here before we'll move along with the Wild Wheel Standing Mini Modifieds. We'll be up next over on the infield side. So fans, we just saw Jesse Petro over on the two-wheel drive side. The Cathy's Complaint run 344.23, and that put him into the number 3 spot here. So I think that track over on the two-wheel drive side may be coming around here just a little bit as we're about to the halfway point of this class. As this is hook number 16 out of the 32. All right, fans, so R.J. Simon, the Simon Says Dodge, that's the Dodge Dakota body there. As let it drift up towards the left-hand side of the track here. All right, 322.43, 322.43 for R.J. Simon as we've got Brooke Ferris, Super Farm, ready to go. I do not think he's going to get the job done here tonight, fans. Looks like the win is going to go to John Deere here tonight in our Super Farm class. As we've got Tony Sietsma with that great run of 327.21 as he will pick up victory number 2 of the 2023 campaign. So we got a distance of 302.94 for Brooke Ferris Jr. As we'll give you our top 10 rundown here in our Super Farm class here tonight. Now finishing up in the number 10 spot was Dan Schulte at 310.90 with the Binder Express. Number 9 went to Brady Ferris with the Absolutely Nuts. Number 8 position tonight, Brad Hart with the Don't Ask International. Number 7 spot, Lee Butts with the Press On tractor. Gary Shavink, number 6 here tonight with the new Attitude machine. Now, number 5 was John Silsby at 320.29. That was the Crop Doctor. Number 4 position went to Dave Whalen, My Last Excuse International at 322.51. And then we had Ryan Anderson with Checking Out International at 323.23 in the number 3 spot. And then number 2 tonight was the John Deere of Russ Freeze, the Deere Tracks at 323.61. And then, of course, our winner here tonight, fans, for the second week in a row with a victory, Tony Sietsma out of Allendale, Michigan, with the Wolverine Deer. So we'll have the Wolverine Deer make its way to the start-finish line here, and we'll have a word or two with Mr. Sietsma as he picks up the victory here for 2023. And looks like for Tony, that's going to be career victory number 10 for Tony. So congratulations as he moves up that winner pylon here as all-time winners here in NTPA Grand National Competition. So right now we're going to make a little bit of change over on the infield track. We'll take that Case IH red sled, the big sled, off the track, and we'll bring in the Iron Boy sled, the purple Iron Boy down there of Vaughn Bauer. And we will get ready for our mini modified competition coming up next over on the infield side. Now over here on the two-wheel drive side, we've got a rookie out in two-wheel drive competition here for 2023 out of Shelbyville, Indiana. And that's going to be the wicked 1923 Bucketee is Mason Theobald, a third-generation puller. Of course, Granddad Keith started it all many years ago. And, of course, his dad and his mom have run the modified class. They've run the two-wheel drives. They've run the mini class now. So a lot of experience right here, the Theobald team out of Shelbyville, Indiana, as Mason sets his sights on a Grand National circuit here for 2023. Now, he has made an event. He did make an event at the end of last year, an unsanctioned event out in the state of Ohio, and has one hook under his belt. So this will be career hook number 2 here for Mason here tonight. So not sure exactly what the problem is down there with that truck. Should be making its way here to the starting line area. So once again, fans, we'd like to thank our local pull sponsors for helping put this pull on here this weekend. Of course, Raider Implement. We see those folks down there at the infield, the tent down there on the infield track down there. We thank them for being here tonight, as well as Simpico Lubricants, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Simon's Trucking, and ProFab Machine. We thank them for their sponsorship here tonight for the 4th annual Farley Nationals here at 300 Raceway. As there's Mason Theobald, the wicked 1923 Bucketee. Now, Dad Doug kind of in a different situation here this weekend. He's going to be a crew chief all weekend long. Doesn't have his modified tractor on hand, so he's going to be the crew chief here for son Mason, as well as wife Renee is going to have a mini modified, as well as son Grant's got a mini as well. So they've got 3 vehicles. Doug's going to be the crew chief on all 3 of them here this weekend, as they start off the 2023 campaign here in the two-wheel drive class. So Jacob Shepard, current leader here on the two-wheel drive side, 349.44. The alcohol addiction retapped. All right, the wicked Bucketee on the starting line, Mason Theobald. All right, the wicked machine spins out right around that 300-foot mark here tonight for young Mason Theobald in our two-wheel drive competition here tonight. Of course, we talk about, new drivers in competition. It's that all-important time in the seat, and there's no practice, there's no qualifying runs, fans, in tractor and truck pull, and this is how you get your experience right out here amongst the competition. So 312.11, 312.11, the distance here for Mason Theobald here tonight. As we see our track crew right now, they're just doing a little bit of manicuring that starting line over on the infield track here. We've got the little skid steer out there, as well as the scraper, and got to redo that starting line area here before we turn the mini modifieds loose here for the first time at the 2023 Farley Nationals. And then we will bring out the Iron Boy sled here of Vaughn Bauer as it makes its way out to the starting line area. So mini modified competition getting ready to get rolling. Once again, we need Tony Sietsma. Tony Sietsma, if you can hear us, we need you and your vehicle if you could make your way to the start-finish line down there on the main stretch. And, well, fans, there we go. We've got Sinpico. We see Dave Stevenson down there with the can koozies. You want a koozie? Make some noise. Come on, Sinpico. As throwing out the can koozies always. And, of course, they've got the Farley Nationals logo on them, so a collector edition here of the Sinpico koozies. And Dave tells me they're getting harder and harder to find that particular style. He says, we've been hunting around and looking for this particular style. He said they're making them cheaper and cheaper, and what happens is you can't throw them as good. So he says might have to rethink our program down here for the koozies, but he says we still got some left, so. All right, so Tony Sietsma making his way down here to the start-finish line. Our first winner of session number 1 here at the Farley Nationals. Fans back over on the two-wheel drive side. We've got Donnie Sullivan, Warsaw, Kentucky, the Big Ed Red Chevrolet S10, and of course Team Sullivan out of Warsaw, Kentucky, just south of Cincinnati. And first the 2 trucks that Donnie's going to have in the competition here tonight. Of course, the Sullivan name. You see the name on the side of this truck, Big Ed Red, one of the first of the two-wheel drive competitors when this class started. This two-wheel drive class started out there in that portion of Kentucky as well as eastern Indiana. So they run this truck here, the Big Ed Red, in honor, of course, of Big Eddie Sullivan, a many-time national champion as well as a many-time winner at the championship tractor pull down in Louisville, a 5-time winner down there in the two-wheel drive class. And, of course, the family carries on that tradition. Of course, Donnie's dad, Wayne, will be out a little bit later on with the Kentucky and modified tractor. But right now, it's the two-wheel drive. The Big Ed Red, Donnie Sullivan. Nice run right there for Donnie Sullivan. And I think right now we're going to take things down trackside. We've got R.J. Simon down there with our first winner of the evening, Tony Sietsma.
Well, Dan, we're here in the Farley 300 winner circle with tonight's winner, Tony Sietsma, Wolverine Deer. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Greg. It's just cool. That's all I can say.
It is cool.
It's very cool because it's just an awesome place. We got to thank the Simons family for actually inviting the class and building such a facility that lends to very good tractor pulling. And we want to thank the fans, everyone that came out to watch tonight. We appreciate that. And everyone at home that's working and making it able to come here, engine builders, about everything. So the tractor's running really good, and we hope it lasts for a little while. And I want to thank Mike here, Pitch, coming along and definitely being the pit crew man. So getting it done.
R.J. Simon, promoter here.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Appreciate you coming out and pulling here. Couldn't do it without you guys. And thank you. Hope you can do it again tomorrow.
Good luck to you guys.
Back to you, Dan.
All right, fans, one more time. Let's give a nice round of applause. Tony Sietsma, our winner here tonight, that Wolverine deer out of Michigan. All right, fans, back over. We've got mini modified competition, 2,050-pound mini modifieds here tonight. Our test puller going to be Ron Tobin out of Huntingburg, Indiana, the Walk the Line tractor. All right, fans, so Ron Tobin down that right-hand chalk line. Now, it was this event, fans, the first annual Farley Nationals that we saw Ron Tobin back behind the wheel of a mini rod. He hadn't sat behind the wheel of a mini rod in some 20-some years. And this event here in Farley back in 2020, Ron got behind the wheel. Of course, been a longtime crew member of the Kester family over the years. 314.52 the distance. 314.52. So we are underway, fans, in our mini modified competition. So 314.52 for Ron Tobin, of course, part of that Kester pulling team. We're going to see 3 of their tractors out here throughout this class of 18 we've got for you here tonight. As back over on the two-wheel drive side out of Eaton, Ohio, we've got Kerry Unger, the Overtime 2, another one of our rookies here on the Grand National Circuit here for 2023. As we are just over the halfway point here of our class of 32 two-wheelers here tonight. Another bucket tee on the starting line. Fans, Kerry Unger, the Overtime 2 out of Eaton, Ohio, as he makes his first Grand National pass here. 315.58, 315.58 the distance for Mr. Unger. As we've got over on the mini modified side, we should have Chris Burnett with the Little Disaster out of Taylor, Wisconsin. Another one of those tough running Wisconsin tractors here in the mini modified competition. As we mentioned, we've got 18 of them here tonight. All right, so they tell us we're going to take a look at one more tractor over on the mini modified side before we make an official decision here. Of course, Ron Tobin with the Walk the Line tractor went 314.52, 314.52, and he did take that distance if we keep that sled setting. So Chris Burnett, strong runner here when he does show up on the Grand National Circuit. Just like that brings the Little Disaster down to its knees here. That track, of course, we talked about it, taking that horsepower. Jim Miller and his crew working overtime, making sure this track is to perfection once again. Fans, back over on the two-wheel drive side, we've got the second of the pack rats. This one here, pack rat number 5, Mankato, Minnesota. Tegan Moore doing the driving here, the pack rat number 5. Of course, the Pack Rat name synonymous up there in the state of Minnesota. Glencoe, Minnesota, started off with Dennis Christensen many years ago, and son Chad carrying on that tradition, and then down through the kids, the grandkids. Great pulling family, fans coming down from Minnesota. The Pack Rat number 5, and Tegan Moore. So it looks like the Pack Rat number 5 going to come up a little bit short here in our two-wheel drive competition. All right, 292.94, 292.94. The distance here for Tegan Moore. And the Pack Rat number 5. As back over on the mini rod side, we've got Chase Richardson. So Chase Richardson, Litchfield, Kentucky, with the Vibrator mini modified tractor. Of course, we saw Chase out a little bit earlier on in the two-wheel drive competition and had a little bit of trouble at the 100-foot mark with the full pull Betts truck. But out here in the mini rod competition, of course, been running the minis here the last couple years, real serious here. Finish up number 5 in Grand National points 2022. Season number 13 for Chase out here in the minis. Of course, we talked about his two-wheel drive roots. Fans, that's how you get it done. Wheels up, and he was off to the races. How about that, folks? That was a heck of a Sadler Powertrain power pull here tonight. As we'll give them that one, thanks to the folks from Sadler Powertrain here tonight, sponsoring our power pull here tonight. And Chase Richardson, he's going to be in the mix right there. What a great run, an exciting run. Got that front end up and transferred back to those rear tires. 307.07, All right, 307.07, 307.07, and looks like good enough for the number 2 spot. Fans over on the two-wheel drive side. Another one of the trucks that resides right here in Farley, Iowa. This one, the Loud and Low. Going to be Jordan Nelson doing the driving here. Of course, right here in Farley, of course, made his way from the Altamont, Illinois area a few years back before he started working for the Simon family. Of course, Jordan himself, a longtime puller. Him and his dad, Dale, for many years would share the driving duties on their Midnight Madness trucks. And then Jordan kind of got away from the sport, went dirt track racing for a while, and then found his way here as the hired gun up here, maintains a lot of the pulling equipment up here in Farley, Iowa for the Simon family. And of course, as we take a look back here at some of the winners here of the two-wheel drive class here at the Farley Nationals back in 2021, Jordan was a winner here, driving the Dirty Pearl. And of course, the Dirty Pearl has made its way back to the Simon family, as we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But right now, Jordan Nelson on the starting line. fans. Jordan Nelson with an excellent run here, and we'll see how that's going to shake out here. Looks to be right around that 330-foot mark unofficially.
335.485.
All right, pull distance comes in 335.48, 335.48, and they tell us good enough for the number 4 spot. So number 4 for Jordan Nelson here with the loud and low. Brand new truck here for the Simon Pulling Team in 2022. We saw a lot during the last year's pulling season. We saw RJ run that truck quite a bit, but Jordan gets the nod here this weekend. All right, back over on the mini modified side, we're going to have Lindsey Campbell out of Washington, Pennsylvania, and this is the short fuse tractor. Brand new ride here for Lindsey for 2023. Of course, this tractor here, one of the previous Boyd tractors. Austin Boyd and his dad Greg ran throughout the pulling circuits the last couple of years, and the Campbell family picked this tractor up, and only the 3rd time, I do believe, that sitting behind the wheel of a mini modified tractor. All right, fans, we're throwing out the T-shirts. You want a T-shirt? Come on, stand up, make some noise, wave your program, wave your hat, wave the person next to you, whatever it takes. Come on, fans, you want a T-shirt? Stand up, come on, cheer it on. They'll throw them up there. So we see husband Kevin down there making some final adjustments here, and he will turn things over to Lindsey here tonight. Of course, as we mentioned, 3rd time on the seat of a Mini. And a wild ride right there, fans, for Lindsey Campbell. We got our track officials right on the spot here, and it looks like we've got Lindsey out of the vehicle, fans. Let's give her a nice round of applause, fans. Lindsey Campbell. And, of course, our official's going to check her over, make sure everything is all right down there. As we can see up on the replay here in just a second. Fans, 171.21, 171.21. All right, fans, we're going to turn things back over on the 2-wheel drive side. Jason Sullivan, the corn burner from right here in Iowa. All right, fans, so Jason Sullivan makes a nice run here. First hook for the 2-wheel drives. 2023, of course, he was the big winner down at the Hansel Sullivan pull down there. The Sullivan family puts on a big pull at the beginning of the season, an unsanctioned event for the 2-wheel drives, and he won the Big Ed Challenge down there. So 329.63, 329.63. for Jason Sullivan here tonight in our two-wheel drive competition. So, fans, let's give her a tough luck round of applause here. Lindsey Campbell, as she makes her way back to the pit area. As took a wild ride out there in our mini modified competition. Now we talk about it, 2,050 pounds. They make approximately 3,000 horsepower. And of course, a lot of horsepower in a small weight package, and can make some real wild rides out there, as we just saw. And so all right, fans, over on the, looks like the mini modified side, Brian McDonald, Kennedyville, Maryland, with the Very Little Sanity tractor. Of course, here's a guy that has run up here at the Farley Nationals before. Of course, a long time super modified two-wheel drive competitor, and decided a few years back to get involved with the mini modified class. And has had some success, and has had some learning issues with the tractor as well. Last couple of years, we've seen the tractor have some oiling issues. Brian's made some runs and ended up coated in oil the last few runs. But we've also seen his daughter Allison run the two-wheel drive from time to time as well. But here tonight, Brian in the seat of the good-looking Very Little Sanity ride. So once again, our mark to beat over on the mini mod side, 314.52, 314.52. Ron Tobin, our current leader. As we see the Chevrolet Colorado, the Hang Time, and Nathan Faust, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Not too awful far from home. He'll be followed by Christy Seacrest, and then Donnie Sullivan back with his second truck here over on the two-wheel drive side. What do you think, fans? We got a new leader there on the mini mod side. We'll have to wait officially, but Brian McDonald really getting locked into the track, and we saw some serious ground speed out of that suffering, that Very Little Sanity. I call it suffering. That's his two-wheel drive, but Very Little Sanity here. No, going to come up short, fans. 311.61. 311.61. So good enough right now for the number 2 spot behind Ron Tobin with the Walk the Line machine. As we'll send it here over to Nathan Faust, the Hang Time Chevy Colorado. Well, fans, slowly but surely, they are creeping up on that distance over on the two-wheel drive side. Jacob Shepard, still our current leader, 349.44, with the alcohol addiction retapped. 318.07 for Nathan Faust, 318.07, the pole distance. And then once again, Brian McDonald, 311.61 over on the mini side with the Very Little Sanity tractor out of the state of Maryland. And while we got just a minute here, fans, we'd like to touch on some more of our sponsors for helping put this event on here this weekend. Of course, we'd like to thank Mack Trailer, as well as Simon's Cattle Company, Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Pro Cattle, Unziger Equipment, as well as BJ's Truck Sales and Service. We thank them for their support. right, back over to the mini side. We've got Keith Horst and the Red Fox tractor, Ansonia, Ohio. Of course, the Red Fox name synonymous with the mini modified pulling competition over the years. You know, Keith and his dad Denny had been running at one time. They ran a 2-tractor team, and then they kind of settled in here with the 1 tractor. Now, Denny not on hand here this weekend as he is down working with the NHRA. They're down there in Bristol, Tennessee this weekend. Denny working with the NHRA on their team, and they tell us that they're watching on live stream there. The Shelton family down there running their pro mod. They've got us up on the live stream. So we'd like to say hello to Denny and, of course, the Shelton family. This is a brand new combination for Keith Horst in 2022, and they have been working on this. And Keith says they made some real subtle changes here for this season. He said they didn't want to really throw the whole ball of wax at it. So kind of wanted to take a slow and easy approach, and it looks like it's going to work out very well here tonight for them. As we get a distance of 309.67, 309.67 for Keith Horst here tonight. So looks like that will be good enough for the number 3 spot right now. So number 3 for the Red Fox and Keith Horst. As we've got moving out on the 2-wheel drive side, we've got our 2022 Grand National Champion team right here. This is going to be Christy Seacrest doing the driving. We see husband Brent out front. Salina, Ohio. The Nothing Easy About It team, 1923 Bucket T. Very tough running truck right here. As we mentioned, defending Grand National champions. As Christy and Brent share the driving duties on this Nothing Easy About It. Now, they also picked up the Enderley win last year, the Enderley pull-off. The big all-star event at the end of the NTPA season held, I think it's like the 3rd week of September in Urbana, Ohio. And, of course, to get there, you've got to be in the top 5 and prestigious event. All right, so let's see. Now Brent reaching in there. He's just giving some last-minute instructions here before he turns things over to Christy. Well, let's see if they can get the job done here tonight. 349.44. Hook number 24 out of 32. Not exactly sure if she got out of the throttle or we had some mechanical problems down there, but looks like maybe got a little close over in that left-hand chalk line, but we'll wait and see what the officials tell us. 1040. All right, fans, well, we got a distance, 309.04, 309.04. For Christy Seacrest here tonight. Unfortunately, going to come up a little bit short. Now, over on the mini side, we've got the Grandpa's Disaster and Jeff Guza out of Taylor, Wisconsin. We talked earlier about those tough running tractors out of Wisconsin. Now, this is the trailer mate to the Chris Burnett machine we saw a little bit earlier, the Little Disaster machine. Over on the mini side, 314.52. 314.52, the high water mark. And another nice straight pass right there, fans. The tractor out of Taylor, Wisconsin, Jeff Guza. And while we got a minute here, fans, we'd ask you get your 50-50 tickets out. We do have a winner. So you do have your 50-50 tickets. Get them out. We do have a winner here tonight. $775 going to go to the winner here of our 50-50 here tonight. Now, if you do have the winning ticket, make sure you go down to the ticket booth and claim your prize. Going to be a pink ticket. And the number is 358-411. 358-411. That's a pink ticket. The 50-50 drawing, 358-411. You have that number. Head on down to the ticket booth and claim your $775 prize. So I thank you for helping out with the 50-50 here this weekend. We have another one tomorrow night for session number 2. Girls will be going throughout the stands tomorrow as well. As looks like we've got our next two-wheeler coming to the line. Donnie Sullivan with his brand new truck here for 2023. He calls it the Big Stick. Of course, Donnie out of Warsaw, Kentucky. Kind of been having a couple different issues with this truck early on in the season. They ran it down at their hometown event, the Hansel Sullivan Memorial Pull. And then they've run a few events down in the state of Kentucky, some state events down there, and really just kind of getting the bugs out of this truck. Now, Donnie had a nice run with his first truck here in competition, the Big Ed Red. He went 329.40 with that truck. Currently sitting in the number 7 spot with that one. All right, fans, so the Big Stick on the starting line. Donnie Sullivan. Once again, going to put that sled back up towards that left-hand corner. I'll tell you, they have worked on that truck, getting the bugs out of that machine. Definitely going to shake the order up with that one, fans. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Donnie Sullivan and the Big Stick.
350.670, 350.670.
Oh, fans, we've got all kinds of action going on here. Now back on the two-wheel drive side, distance for Donnie Sullivan, 350.67. We got a new leader. So Donnie Sullivan goes in the number 1 spot over on the two-wheel drive side. Now over on the mini side, we've got Tyler Slaw, Zeeland, Michigan, with the Have No Mercy.
343.120.
And Tyler Slaw goes 343.12, so we got a new leader on the mini side as well. So lots of action going down here, both tracks here tonight, fans. So Tyler Slaw really getting a hold of that track here this weekend. Wow, what a run right there for Tyler as he takes over the number 1 spot. All right, so we'll get you caught up over on the mini side. Tyler Slaw, of course, new leader, 343.12. Before that was Jeff Guzza with the Grandpa's Disaster. He went 313.58, and that was good enough for the number 3 spot. So Tyler Slaw, current leader at 343 and change. We'll put Ron Tobin, number 2 right now at 314.52, and then Jeff Guzza, 313.58 for the number 3 spot over on our mini side. So Donnie Sullivan, our new leader, over on the two-wheel drive side, a great run, 350.67, as he will drop Jacob Shepard down to the number 2 spot here. And then we will put Tony Fleming, number 3, at 345.80. So that's our top 3 over on the two-wheel drive side. And it's going to be Troy Arndt out of Sac City, Iowa, the black and black tractor. Looks like we're going to go back over two-wheel drive side first, up to the state of New York. Ray Fintak with the Extreme Scheme 1923 Bucket T out of North Collins, New York, just south of the Buffalo area. Of course, the Fintak brothers, they'll have a two-wheel drive in competition here this weekend, as well as a modified tractor. Now, Ray Fintak, a many-time champion in the state of New York before they decided to venture out on the Grand National circuit and then been running out on the Grand Nationals here in the last couple of years. Had a chance to talk to Ray Fintak a little bit this afternoon. He told me this is the backup power plant. They're waiting on some parts for their number 1 power plant for this truck. So he said, well, we had to, first event of the season, we had to get the points. So they went with their spare here this weekend. As we see over on the mini mod side, we've got Troy Arndt and the black and black tractor. Now, you longtime fans may know this tractor here, the Cowboy Up machine, formerly of Adam Bauer. And a great job of driving right there for Troy Arndt. The black and black entry here. Going after that distance of 343.12 that Tyler Slaw laid down here as we're about to the halfway point here of our mini class here tonight. All right, 327.74, 327.74.
Okay, and Adam Bauer was actually right.
All right, and they tell us we had a driver change over on the mini side. It was not Troy Arndt doing the driving. That was Adam Bauer behind the wheel. So we'll make the change on that. All right, back over the two-wheel drive side. We're starting to wind things down. Hook number 27 here, Chaz Fleming, the In Too Deep truck. Now his brother Tony currently sitting in the number 3 spot. That was the high maintenance truck. This is the In Too Deep machine. Now younger brother started running back in 2020. And of course not too far from home here, Lamont, Iowa, they call home. He'll be followed by Doug Christensen, and then we've got Jerry Wolfke with the Dirty Pearl. just a couple more left to go. And boy, they are shooting at it here tonight. We saw Donnie Sullivan take over the number 1 spot with a run of 350.67 just a couple runs ago. And Chaz Fleming, wow. All right, fans, pull distance for Chaz Fleming. You see it up on the board, 358.31. And we are going to have a pull-off. We've got 2 trucks over that 350-foot mark. Now here at the 300 Raceway, we do not have a lot of runoff area, so they tell us we are going to have a pull-off. So right now, Donnie Sullivan has qualified as well as Chaz Fleming. So they are going to pull it off here tonight. We can't have them run too far out here as they'll be up in the turn number 1 here at the racetrack. As we go back over to the mini side, we've got Adam Kester, the Footloose, Wadesville, Indiana. Of course, the Shell sponsorship on the tractors. Adam himself, a former national champion here with the NTPA. 343.12, the mark to beat here, 343.12. Boy, I'll tell you what, fans, it is just amazing the ground speed that those mini tractors are getting. And then they make it to about that 250-foot mark out there, and then the Iron Boys on them just like that with the weight, and just knocks them down dead in their tracks out there. So Adam Kester, Wadesville, Indiana, with the Footloose. 299.52 the distance for Adam Kester here tonight with the Footloose. So once again, fans, over on the 2-wheel drive side, we've got a couple competitors over that 350-foot mark. So we will have a pull-off here, so anybody else that might be able to get over that 350-foot mark. As we've still got, looks like a handful, 5 trucks left to go here. We'll see if any of those can qualify for our pull-off here tonight. As Doug Christensen, Glencoe, Minnesota, with the Pack Rat number 6 here tonight. Of course, Doug Christensen, a long-time puller in the 2-wheel drive ranks, started out many years ago. You remember the old Pack Rat number 3, which was a Chevrolet Corvette many years ago, the early days of the 2-wheel drives. Do believe Doug going to be behind the wheel of the team's modified as well a little bit later on tonight. Here we go. All right, fans, the Pack Rat number 6 here, Doug Christensen. Looks like going to come up a little bit short here tonight in our 2-wheel drive competition. 284.705. All right, pull distance 284.70, 284.70. As it looks like over on the mini side, we've got C.J. Graysick, Litchfield, Kentucky, and the pile driver making his way to the weight transfer machine. C.J. finishing up number 4 in the Grand National points. Picked up a victory at Hutchinson, Minnesota. Of course, the circuit will be up in Hutchinson next weekend for 2 nights of pulling action, and then it's the Budweiser Dairyland Grand Nationals coming up in Tomah, Wisconsin in 2 weeks. So you fans looking for more tractor and truck pulling action after this weekend, they'll be up in Minnesota next week, and then Tomah, Wisconsin the following weekend as summer season hits high gear here for the NTPA Grand National Circuit. So CJ Grasick on the starting line, Litchfield, Kentucky. Now this is the second tractor in the UD Motorsports team. We saw teammate Chase Richardson have a nice run of 3:07 and change. Here we go. And as you can see, fans, just about that 200-foot mark, CJ was on a run, and things started to get a little squirrely. Got out of the throttle here and saved the equipment for another day, no doubt. Fans, looks like this is going to come in at 2:07.98. 2:07.98 for CJ Grasick here tonight. No doubt not the run that he was looking for. As, well, here we go. We've got the Dirty Pearl back here in Farley, Iowa, as Jerry Wolfgold is going to be doing the driving here. Of course, we've seen Jerry driving a couple of the two-wheelers throughout the year. So the Dirty Pearl, we said, it kind of went on tour the last couple of years down in the state of Texas, and RJ had told him when the truck becomes available, if they ever sell it, he says, I want it back up here in Farley. So they purchased that truck and moved it back up here north. All right, so the Dirty Pearl from right here in Farley, Iowa, as Jerry Wolfgold makes his run here in our two-wheel drive competition. All right, so the pull distance for the Dirty Pearl, 313.07. 313.07 as we are down to our final three here in regular competition, and then we will roll right immediately into the pull-off competition here for the two-wheel drives, as currently we've got two of them that have qualified for the pull-off round. As it looks like over on the two-wheel drive side, we've got Alan Kane with the Mad Max truck. He'll be our next competitor. He'll be followed by Joey Frazier with the Come Around Sundown truck. And then Tim Beatty, our final truck in regular competition, the Sawmill Express out of the state of Tennessee. Now over on the mini modified side, we should have Hallie Carrender with the Hurricane Hallie ride. She'll be followed by Jim Gerke and then Renee Theobald up in our mini modified competition.
I just have this special edition.
Fans, so Haley Carrender, Newcastle, Indiana, Hurricane Haley ride. Finish up number 6 in Grand National Points 2022 as she starts out her 23 campaign here. Now, she had a big victory down at the Sullivan Pull down there, the Hansel Sullivan Pull down just outside of Warsaw, Kentucky earlier, just about a month ago. Of course, that event down there, and Haley said they weren't going to go to the pull, and then later in the day, she says, my husband got the truck or the tractor ready to go, and they went out, and boy, she laid down an excellent pass. Let's see what she's got for us here tonight. All right, fans, so Haley Carrender, a nice run here with the Hurricane Haley ride. Of course, as we look down our lineup sheet, I think we've got 3 of the ladies here. Yep, 3 of the ladies in our mini modified competition here tonight. Haley, the second of the ladies. Renee Theobald will be our third and final a little bit later on. So 298.38, 298.38 for Haley Carrender here tonight out of Newcastle, Indiana. All right, back over two-wheel drive side. We've got Alan Kane, that good-looking ride right there, the Mad Max out of West Alexandria, Ohio, 1937 Ford. Now this truck, fans, finished up number 6 in Grand National points last year and qualified to get into the championship tractor pull down in Louisville, qualified for the first time to get into the big event in Louisville, and he had a nice run down there, and boy, that team was happy as can be as just how difficult it is to get invited to the championship tractor pull down there. So the Mad Max 1937 Ford. Alan, the VP of Operations for Eaton Compressor out there in Eaton, Ohio. Needs a full pull to tie. That's what it's going to take. 350 or better. Just 3 trucks left to go here over on the two-wheel drive side before the pull-off. So Alan Kane, nice run here late in the class here of the two-wheelers. 342.07. So pull distance 342.07, 342.07. For Alan Kane here tonight. We'll put him comfortably in the top 10 right now in our two-wheel drive super modified competition. Now we talk about the mini rod tractors, 2,050 pounds, the maximum weight of these machines. They'll run 575 cubic inches for the engines, same as you find in the two-wheel drives.
Oh, okay.
All right, fans, over on the mini modified side, Jim Gerke, Johnson Creek, Wisconsin, the rare breed. Now this is a twin turbocharge entry. We saw a turbocharged two-wheel drive a little bit earlier on. This is the mini rod. And Jim Gerke. So the rare breed, Jim Gerke, we saw a little bit of daylight under those rear wheels out there as we heard the RPMs come up a little bit here as it started sashaying back and forth. So 240.50 for Jim Gerke and the rare breed here tonight. So once again, Tyler Slaw still our leader over on the mini side, 343.12. That was the Have No Mercy tractor. Number 2 currently, Ron Toby Tobin at 314.52. And rounding out our top 3, we've got Jeff Guza and the Grandpa's Disaster at 313.58. So two-wheel drive side, we've got Joey Frazier, Liberty, Indiana, with his Come Around Sundown ride. New ride for Joey here for 2023. Of course, part of that Petro pulling team. from out of Camden, Ohio. Liberty, Indiana, just over the border there from Camden. Up there in Union County, Indiana. Now, you may remember over the years, Joey Frazier would run the running block name on his truck, and this year decided to change things up a little bit. See how his luck went, changing the name, Come Around Sundown, he calls it. And Joey's going to be followed by Tim Beatty with the Sawmill Express. So now the officials tell us that there will not be a pull-off in our two-wheel drives. They said they're going to go with distance. So currently, right now, Chaz Fleming, our current leader at 358.31. He is our leader in the two-wheel drive side. Sitting in the number 2 spot, Donnie Sullivan at 350.67. So they are going to go with distance here on the two-wheel drive side. No pull-off for the two-wheel drives. So Joey Frazier, Come Around Sundown, makes a nice straight pass here, two-wheel drive competition. As we've got over on the mini side, Renee Theobald, Shelbyville, Indiana, with the Pretty Wicked, the first of 2 of the mini rods we're going to see here out of the Theobald camp. So 323.47 for Joey Frazier, 323.47 for Joey Frazier and the Come Around Sundown machine as we are down to 1 over on the two-wheel drive side. But looks like we're going to go ahead with the mini side first. Renee Theobald, the Pretty Wicked tractor. Brand new ride. Now, Renee at the Farm Machinery Show this past winter, she officially retired from two-wheel drive competition. Renee had been running the two-wheel drives for many, many years, and at the farm show, she said, in the winner's circle, she says, this is it. This is my last hook in two-wheel drive. We're going mini pulling for this season. So a brand new ride here for Renee as she gets ready to go here. The Pretty Wicked mini modified. And just like her two-wheel drive, that's how she drives the mini rod. Wide open, fans. What a job right there. As that's going to be awful close here to that number 1 spot here. Tyler Slaw out at 343.12. Renee used up over on the left-hand side. Number 2. All right, fans. Yeah, looks like number 2 for Renee Theobald here tonight with the Pretty Wicked mini. Fans, let's give her a nice round of applause. Great job of driving there for Renee as she'll put it in the number 2 spot currently. As this is it, fans. The final two-wheel drive of the evening as Tim Beatty out of Jamestown, Tennessee. Now, Jamestown, Tennessee, right on the Tennessee-Kentucky border. He calls it the Sawmill Express as he runs a sawmill down there in Tennessee. Now, also a avid car collector. I'll tell you, Tim Beatty's a guy that he buys and sells and collects himself. And tell you, just this last week here, he's sold and bought a few new vehicles to his collection and down the road. So if you're into classic cars, get a hold of this guy right here. He'll find them, he'll sell them. Always looking for that new machine to put in the collection. So the final truck here, fans, the Sawmill Express, Tim Beatty. Did we save the best for last. Wow, what a run right there. Of course, runs with the Sullivan team. You know, Donnie Sullivan sitting in the number 2 spot right now with his run of 350.67.
351.540.
And yeah, fans, it was a good one. Tim Beatty, 351.54, and he will take over the number 2 spot with that run. So excellent job here at the end of the class. So that means the win tonight going to go to Chaz Fleming, Lamont, Iowa, not too far from home. Let's give him a nice round of applause as we'll have Chaz bring that truck down to the front stretch here underneath the starter stand, and we'll have Greg Randall and R.J. Simon down there to present the big check to Chaz here tonight. So congratulations to the Fleming team as we'll give our top 10 rundown here tonight. All right, fans, so finishing up in the number 10 spot was Donnie Sullivan, the Big Ed Red. Number 9 tonight went to Jason Sullivan, the Corn Burner. 8th spot went to Kyle Timmerman here tonight with the Hot and Nasty. Jordan Nelson will finish up number 7 here with the Loud and Low Ford machine. Alan Kane, number 6 with the Mad Max. Jesse Petro, number 5. Kathy's Complaint, number 4. The man that held on the lead for just about the whole class, Jacob Shepard, with the Alcohol Addiction Retap, number 4 tonight. Great run for him. Donnie Sullivan, number 3 with the Big Stick. Number 2 went to Tim Beatty with the Sawmill Express. And then, of course, Chaz Fleming, our winner here tonight, the In Too Deep Chevrolet. So back over to the mini modified side. We've got, I would have to say, the longest active competitor on the mini side, and that is Rick Peters. Thornville, Ohio, the Buckeye Special, a retired body shop owner. For many years, ran the body shop there just east of Columbus. Been running these minis for many, many years, many decades. And good to have him on hand here this weekend. So once again, we need Chaz Fleming and his vehicle to the winner's circle, please. So Rick Peters, great run for the man out of Thornville, Ohio. That Buckeye Special, of course, for many, many decades. I want to say 4 or 5 decades been pulling the mini mods. Pull distance comes in 302.17, 302.17. Now, fans over on the 2-wheel drive side, this is just going to be an exhibition run here for Wayne Timmerman. Remember, this was a truck that had problems earlier. He just wants to make sure that the truck is going to be able to run in tomorrow's competition. So this run does not count, just making a test pass here while they have the weight transfer machine set. So I would say that they got that truck sorted out, so he is ready for tomorrow's action. As it looks like we've got the Fleming team down there, assembling down there below the flag stand, and here comes the truck. So we'll wait a couple minutes here. All right, fans, so excellent competition. What did you fans think of that 2-wheel drive class here tonight? What a show they put on for you here. 32 trucks. And of course, they've, as we've seen from time to time, they've all got a shot at taking that victory. And we saw that here tonight early on in the class. And, of course, a very, very consistent track. Hats off to the track crew, Jim Miller and his staff, for building a consistent track. And, of course, that's all you can ask for as a competitor, is a track that is good right at the beginning of the class, and then 32 trucks later to be right there, be able to take the victory. So we see the Chaz Fleming's truck, the In Too Deep, making its way around turns 2 and turns 1 here, and he will make his way down to the winner's circle. And we see Greg Randall down there trackside along with R.J. Simon to present the check. So we'll take just a couple minutes here. We'll get the weight transfer machine set up here over on the grandstand side for our next class of competition. Fans back over mini modified side. Grant Theobald, second-year competitor here in the mini class, the Little Wicked. Of course, out of Shelbyville, Indiana, we just saw his mom take over the number 2 spot. Now, Grant had quite the season. Picked up his first Grand National win down in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Also, an Enderley win to go along with it. So we start to wind the minis down. Just 3 left to go here, starting here with Grant Theobald, the Little Wicked. Once again, the mark to beat, 343.12. Took the same path we saw Mom take just a little bit ago. And with that, we'll send things down trackside. We got Greg Randall and R.J. Simon in the winner's circle.
Well, hey, they say shop locally, but how about win locally? Fleming family takes the win here. R.J. Simon, promoter, like to present you the big check.
Congratulations, Chaz, on your big win tonight. It's an awesome pass.
Thank you, RJ. This is an amazing place to pull. You guys have an excellent track, excellent facilities. It just can't get any better.
Well, good job. It was really impressive.
Well, tell me a little bit about what you saw out there being local. You know something about this Iowa dirt out here.
It's just completely different than everywhere else because it's just more, there's more traction. It just bites better. It just more has everything else that a truck needs.
Well, great job, young man, and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you.
All right, fans, so let's give him a nice round of applause. Chaz Fleming, as he picks up his first ever Grand National victory here tonight, as that will be the 115th different NTPA Grand National two-wheel drive winner. So congratulations tonight to Chaz Fleming, as we'll get you caught up over on the mini side. 317.00, 317.00 for Grant Theobald and the Little Wicked tractor. We'll have Adam Kester and then Adam Bauer, our 2 final tractors over on the mini side. Now over here on the grandstand side, we're loading the wagon up. We've got the modified tractors, 7,500-pound modified tractors. We've got 10 of the top tractors in the nation are set to battle it out here in Farley here tonight. So just going to take a couple extra minutes. So if you want to get up, stretch your legs out, maybe grab yourself something cold to drink or good to eat. All kinds of things available down there at the concession stands, as they add those 2,000-pound blocks to the Ironman Purple Sled down there, as we get the mini modified competition finished up here. All right, fans, so once again, we've got our Case IH for 2023, our contest going. The NTPA Superfan Experience, the Case IH Superfan Experience. And have you entered the 2023 NTPA Superfan Experience contest sponsored by Case IH yet? Weekly drawing prizes can receive Case IH merchandise signed by our drivers, plus 6 grand prize winners will be invited to the Case IH Racine Experience Center for a bucket list all-access VIP tour and more. Sign up online at the ntpapool.com or scan one of the QR codes on the Case IH banners around the track. All right, fans, so Adam Kester, his second and final ride here on the Mini Modified side, as they're all hunting for that big distance there set down by Tyler Slaw. 3:43. All right, fans, so the Beast of Burden, Adam Kester here tonight. Of course, the Shell sponsorship, new paint jobs on these tractors a couple years back, and of course, one of the ambassadors of Mini Modified Pulling. Of course, Adam makes his way to the PRI show every year to put on a display, as well as the Mid-America Truck Show down there in Louisville, as well as part of the Shell Rotella display. So 309.65 the distance, 309.65 the distance for Adam Kester here tonight. The Beast of Burden. So we are down to one, fans. A little one-on-one, little basketball term here is, well, an interesting to note. We've got Adam Bauer out of Peyton, Iowa with the Iron Toy, our final hook in the class. Now that Iron Toy, Adam Bauer, was a winner here in Farley last year. He won on session number 1. So let's see if they can get that tractor, run that same combination, and take over that number 1 spot. So the tractor out of Iowa versus the tractor out of Michigan. Here over on the Mini Modified side. Of course, at the conclusion of that class, we'll go ahead with our modified 4-wheel drive trucks. As we talked about, we're still loading up that sled for our modified competition here tonight. And we've got 10 of those coming in. And then to conclude the program over on the grandstand side, we'll have our 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors. And I do believe we've got 20 of those on hand here tonight. So lots of pulling left to go here. So once again, 343.12 on the mini side. Tyler Slaw, Have No Mercy, current leader. Number 2, Renee Theobald, 330.58. And then it looks like Grant Theobald, number 3 at 317 even. Our top 3 over on the Mini Modified side. All right, you hear them in the background, fans. The 7,500-pound modified tractors firing up. Now, these tractors, you'll see a couple different combinations on these tractors. We've got tractors with 4 engines, as well as tractors with 3 engines in the competition here tonight. But first things first, looks like we're going to go ahead with the Iron Toy, Adam Bauer. Of course, out of Peyton, Iowa, the 2022 Grand National Champions, had 7 victories. But of course, with that championship, he is a 6-time Grand National Champion. And you longtime fans may remember, of course, Denny Horst and Johnny Mello, 2 competitors that have won 6 mini championships as well. So Adam, great company there, all tied with 6 championships. Of course, Adam, Denny Horst, and Johnny Mello tied for that number 1 spot in all-time win or championships in the mini class. All right, here we go. So none of the top. All right, fans, so finishing up in the number 10 spot tonight was Adam Kester, Beast of Burden. Number 9 went to Keith Horst, the Red Fox. Number 8 tonight, Very Little Sanity, Brian McDonald. The Grandpa's Disaster, Jeff Guzza went number 7. Ron Toby Tobin went number 6 with the Walk the Line. Little Wicked and Grant Theobald went number 5. Adam Bauer. Black and Black went number 4. Renee Theobald, Pretty Wicked, went number 3. Iron Toy, Adam Bauer finished up number 2. And of course, our winner here in the winner's circle, Tyler Slaw, the Have No Mercy, our champion here, night number 1. All right, fans, so the first of our modified tractors making their way to the starting line, 7,500 pounds. And we mentioned we've got 10 of the top tractors in the United States here. It's Montgomery, New York, just about an hour outside of New York City. The Ramblin' Rose, going to be our test puller over on the modified side, 7,500 pounds. You're going to see tractors with 3 engines. You're going to see tractors with 4 engines on them. But they all weigh in 7,500 pounds. Now, Tom Owens, a second-generation puller. His dad, Ted Owens, for many, many years, ran out in the New York State area. A many-time champion in the state of New York. Traveled a little bit with the NTPA Old Pro National Circuit as well. So our test puller, fans, the Ramblin' Rose, Tommy Owens, Montgomery, New York. Here we go. Oh, excellent run, fans, to get us started over on the modified side. Tom Owens, the Ramblin' Rose. And it looks like we've got our mini winner down the winner's circle. We'll send things down to Greg Randall and R.J. Simon.
Thanks, Dan. You know, that mini class was awesome. We had them going sideways every which way, but Tyler Slaw hammered down, took the win. Tyler, great way to start the season.
Yeah, thank you. Last time I won a pull on a Friday, I wrecked it on a Saturday. We're kind of into novelty checks and real bad wrecks, so either way, it's another bad day to be a beer.
New year, new Saturday. I'm betting on that. R.J. Simon, like to welcome you on your win.
Yeah, Tyler, we've been buddies for a long time, so congratulations. It's awesome to see you in here, and your family's great, and it was a beautiful pass. I know you worked hard for this.
Thanks for all you and your family do, RJ, having our class here and putting all the time into such a great event. Thank you.
Hey, you guys having a good time tonight? Let's hear it for the Simon family. Thanks for coming out here. Thank you for having us, RJ. Back to you, Dan.
All right, fans, let's give Tyler Slaw a nice round of applause, our winner of our mini modified class here tonight out of the state of Michigan. So Tyler Slaw and team down there as they pick up a big Grand National win here. Over on the modified side, we've got a distance of 357.28, and we are going to reset. So we are going to reset that weight transfer machine. Going to heavy things up just a little bit. Of course, we talked about the runoff area over that 350-foot mark down there. Not a whole lot of shutdown area, so we want to rein things back just a little bit here in the modified class. Hopefully get them right around that 320, 330-foot mark here tonight. It over, right? Yeah, that. All right, looks like we've got the brand new Case IH, the red sled, the Iron Man down there, ready to go for our modified four-wheel drive competition. 6,200-pound modified four-wheel drives.
Attention radio traffic.
All right, so we take a look at our modified four-wheel drive class here tonight. Looks like we've got 15 trucks signed in here for competition. We've got them pretty much all over the United States. We've got trucks out of Georgia. We've got Virginia represented. We've got Wisconsin, Indiana, Minnesota. Truck from Ohio as well. So a nice class of modified four-wheel drives as they start off their 2023 Grand National pulling season right here in Farley. All right, fans, get you up to date here over on the modified side. The Ramblin' Rose, Tommy Owens, they have reset the sled. We're having things up a little bit. Tom is going to come right back to the sled. You see him down the back stretch right now. They're racing around the bend here, and they're going to take the tractor back over to the start line. They're going to refuel her, and he's going to go right back to that number one position here in the modified class. So Tom thinks the track is going to be the best right at the get-go here, so he's going to take that lucrative number one spot and reuse it here on the reset. Now, over on the four-wheel drive side, we've got Jake Zering, 2022 Grand National Champion with the Rule 19 Dodge Dakota out of Fillmore, Indiana. Going to be our test puller. Now, 6,200-pound modified four-wheel drives, 650 cubic inches underneath the hood, no turbocharging, no supercharging, naturally aspirated trucks, fans. As the Rule 19 gets ready to go to work here, Jake Zering and crew, I think they've got 3 of the trucks signed in here for competition here tonight. So he's going to get the ball rolling. The Rule 19, no goofy stuff. All right, so test puller here in the 6,200-pound modified four-wheel drive. Jake Zering, as he will have now to make that decision whether or not he was happy with that run. We'll get you the distance here. So 320.950, 320.95 for Jake Zering. Now decision time. Was he happy with that pass, or is he going to turn it down and he thinks the track might get better a little bit later on? All those decisions going to go through his mind right now, and he says, nope, I'm going to take that run right there. I'm going to go ahead with that. So we are underway over on the modified four-wheel drive side. As we got, once again, Tommy Owens, the Ramblin' Rose. They're just filling those tanks back up with alcohol, and he will make his new test pass here over on the modified side. We've heavied things up. Like I say, when I get these modifieds about 320, 330, don't want to run them out too far. Just a reminder, fans, head on over to the NTPA novelty stand. All kinds of brand new apparel for 2023. They've got the sweatshirts. They've got the Farley National shirts down there as well. The event t-shirt has all kinds of different new styles for 2023 with the NTPA merchandise. Also got the yearbook down there, the new puller. And that will be their yearbook program. I know a lot of the fans out there collect those. And, of course, they've got some goodies for the kids as well down there at the novelty stand, the little toy tractors. So it looks like Tommy Owens and crew just about done here, refueling the Ramblin' Rose, and now they'll fire that tractor up and get our modified class back underway here. So it looks like we're going to roll ahead with our next four-wheel drive as Roger Gregg on Nokomis, Illinois, the Time to Play Chevrolet will be up next here, and Super Clean sponsorship on that truck. Be followed by the four-place Chevrolet, the Holman Brothers out of Wasion, Ohio, and then Larry Peterson, the Profab Geared Up truck out of Malden, Wisconsin, will be our next three over on the four-wheel drive side. So Nokomis, Illinois, Roger Gregg, Time to Play. Of course, Jake Zering, our current leader at 320.95, 320.95. Mark to be here. Of course, fans, all these trucks, alcohol or gas powered, no nitrous or any exotic fuels allowed in the four-wheel drive class. 133-inch wheelbase on these trucks. As we talked about, 650 cubic inches underneath the hood, about 18 to 1900 horsepower when it's all said and done. Allowed to run the cut tires 18 inches wide, as wide as they can go. And you'll notice on these four-wheel drives, about 70% of the weight sitting out front. Of course, the back of the truck held down by the weight transfer machine. They put the rest of the weight out front over those front tires to get the grip. So it looks like it's time to play four-wheel drive side. Just like that, we see the Ramblin' Rose, Tom Owens, making his way back up to the starting line here. Montgomery, New York, as we said, just about an hour outside of New York City. 303.33 over on the four-wheel drive side, 303.33 for Roger Gregg. You can see the difference right there, fans. Sped that box up, add a little bit of weight to that purple Ironman sled. And first time around went over 358 feet. This time around for Tommy Owens, 289.21, 289.21. All right, so that is the first of two entries for the Owens family here. Son Dylan, he'll be out a little bit later on in our competition. So 289.21 for Tom Owens starts us off here on our modified side, the Ramblin' Rose. Well, fans, he's got it shut down. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Two hard passes out there with the Ramblin' Rose tractor, and right now he'll set the mark to beat here on the modified side. All right, fans, just waiting for confirmation here on the run of Tom Owens, 289.21, as the test puller did have that option to take or turn down that run, so we're just waiting to confirm that he did take that run. Now, fans, over on the four-wheel drive side, we've got the four-place Chevrolet, the Holman Brothers out of Wasion, Ohio, a truck that needs no introduction. to the world of four-wheel drive pulling, the all-time winners on the NTPA Grand National Circuit, 13-time national champions, 117 victories for this team. Jim and Paul Holman, for many, many years, been running the Grand National Circuit and piling up those victories, and would like to add another one here, Farley, Iowa. Jim doing the driving here tonight, the four-place Chevrolet out of Wauseon, Ohio, up there in Fulton County. All right, here we go, 1960 Chevrolet. And I'll tell you, fans, time after time, we've seen the modified four-wheel drive trucks. They'll stack them up real close, like we saw in the Super Farm competition. Sometimes we'll have 5, 6 trucks right within a couple feet of each other. All right, so 302.34 the distance for Jim Holman here tonight with the four-place Chevrolet. 302.34 over on the four-wheel drive side. All right, fans, back over to the modified side. We've got Les Corporal out of Marion, Indiana, the Corporal Punishment. Now this weekend, this tractor running in the modified class. Last weekend, we saw it in the light modified class down in North Carolina, running with 2 engines. And he will add, of course, that third engine here for the modified class, 7,500 pounds. Of course, a chassis builder by trade, the Modern Machine team. Les Corporal here on the starting line. Once again, the mark to beat, 289.21. And right there, fans, that looked like about the same pass we saw with Tom Owens, straight down the middle, and then just at the end of the run, they're shooting up towards that left-hand sideline. So Les Corporal finished up number 3 in Grand National points last year. 297.66, fans. We're going to have ourselves a new leader. So 297.66 for Les Corporal as he takes over the number 1 spot here on the modified side. So over on the four-wheel drive side, Baldwin, Wisconsin, the ProFab geared up machine, Larry Peterson. 2007 Chevrolet Silverado, number 10 in the Grand National points last year. Of course, a 2-truck team. We'll see his wife out a little bit later on in our class. Once again, 15 of the modified four-wheel drives have signed in here this weekend. So Larry Peterson making his way back to the weight transfer machine over on the infield side. The ProFab geared up. He'll be followed by Taylor Corsa with the TaylorMade, and then Jake Zering with his second truck, the Fatheads Eyewear Dodge. Now Jake currently leads the four-wheel drive class, 320.95 the distance as our test puller. And looks like Larry having a little bit of problem out there with the ProFab geared up. They've got the tow vehicle back hooked up to the back of that truck. As we hear our next modified firing up from right here in Farley, Iowa, Brandon Simon. The Simon Says Modified. Now, this tractor was purchased during the off-season. They ran it down at the Championship Tractor Pull down in Louisville. Had a couple nice runs with it. Now, the first two tractors in this class, fans, we saw the 3-engine combination. Now, you run the 3 engines in the modified class, you're allowed a larger supercharger. Now, you run the 4 engines, you have to run a smaller supercharger, an 871 supercharger. So, but when it's all said and done, you're looking right around the 9,000 horsepower range on these modifieds, 8,000 to 9,000 horsepower. Now this combination here, Brandon's got them all stacked together up on the front here. We saw the last couple modifieds with the 2 engines out front and then the 3rd engine sitting up top. Now we're going to be seeing engines sitting sideways, backwards, you name it, in the modified class, as long as they meet the length requirements and the weight requirements. Pretty much you can put any way you want on these modified tractors. All right, so the first time Brandon Simons run this tractor here in Farley. What do you think, fans? Can he do it? Come on, let's cheer him on. Excellent run right there, Brandon Simon. The Simon Says Modified. You see those small airplane tires out front, fans. That's so you can mount those engines way out front, help with the weight transfer. This is going to be awful close here. 297.66, the mark to beat. And he buries it here tonight, fans. New leader, 322.46. All right, fans, that was the tailor-made machine. Taylor Corsa, Mineral Bluff, Georgia. Down there, the tailor-made. ...2015 Ford Ranger. Second year out on the Grand National Circuit for this team. They'll have another truck a little bit later on here in the competition. So 294.07 for Taylor Corsa here tonight. 294.07. So Jake Saring, current leader. Now over on the modified side, Brandon Simon blast into that number 1 spot. Excellent run, 322.46. Takes over the number 1 spot on the modified side. Once again, fans, we'd like to thank some of our local sponsors for helping out the 2023 Farley Nationals. Of course, we'd like to thank the folks from Raider Implement, as well as Sinpico Lubricants, Nutrien Ag Solutions, Simon's Trucking, as well as ProFab Machine. We thank them for their support here. Once again, as it looks like over on the modified side, we should have the second of the Owens tractor. This one, the Thorn. Now, this is a brand new combination here for the team. Son Dylan does the driving here on this tractor. All right, so Dylan Owens, third generation, I should say, puller out of Montgomery, New York. Here we saw Dad, our test puller in the modified class with the Ramblin' Rose, this time the Thorn. A brand new chassis, brand new engine combination here for this tractor. They're going to run 4 engines this year. Pretty much the same setup as we saw our current leader, Brandon Simon, with the Simon Says, the 4 engines. Of course, blown and injected Hemis on these tractors. Takes just a little bit of time to get them all fired up down there, and looks like he's got 2 of the 4 fired. So the Thorn tractor, Dylan Owens, Montgomery, New York. And now they're going to move that sled back towards the middle part of the track here. Now, one thing with modified tractors, fans, the wheel speed right off the start line, they run about 100 to 125 mile an hour wheel speed on these tractors, and it really takes a toll at that starting line area. So you can see from time to time it starts to tear up. So these competitors, they'll move that sled all over the place down there on the start line to get that best possible place to get their hole shot down there. Of course, they'll get those big 30.5 tires spinning, get them up on top of the dirt, and then, of course, they're off to the races. The Thorn tractor out of the Empire State of New York, Dylan Owens. So looks like in the modified class here early on, you've got to avoid that hook over to that left-hand side of the track here. We saw Brandon Simon go a little bit right of center and took it right down the center of the track here. And Dylan Owens following his dad's path down there. And of course, that tractor got off to the left-hand side just a little bit. 294.98, 294.98 the distance for Dylan Owens. So it looks like number 3 spot currently, 294.98. So fans over on the modified side, current leader, Brandon Simon, 322.46 with the Simon Says. Sitting number 2, Les Corporal, with the Corporal punishment at 297.66. Now back over to the 4-wheel drive side, Jake Zering. His second truck, the Fatheads Eyewear Machine. Of course, out of Fillmore, Indiana. Right now, he is the current leader with his other truck, the Rule 19, at 320.95. Once again, Dodge Dakota body. Fans, so Jake Zering really got this track here in Farley figured out here tonight. We'll see what the distance comes up for him, but it's going to be a good one. The Fatheads Eyewear, Dodge Dakota. All right, 299.26, 299.26. For Jake Zering here tonight, number 4 spot currently over on the 4-wheel drive side. Fans, back over to the modified side. Brett Berg, Farmington, Minnesota, the Rank Seed Moneymaker. six-time Grand National Champion. The last couple of years, he has been the number one tractor in the modified class. Of course, a long-time runner. Now, they have thrashed on this tractor here the last 24 hours or so. Matter of fact, Brett Berg and crew, they were still working on this tractor this morning before they left here for Farley, Iowa. Coming down from Farmington, Minnesota, just outside of the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, just outside of that. Now, he's going to move that sled up towards the left-hand corner. Going to try something a little bit different here. Once again, the mark to beat, 322.46. Brett Berg, Farmington, Minnesota. And that rank seed moneymaker. This is going to be close, fans. Brett Berg. Kind of an interesting path he took down the track, went towards the middle part of the track, and then, of course, it drifted back up towards the left side. All right, so he had to go better than 322.46. Brett Berg, there it is, fans. 343.62. We got a new leader. So Brett Berg goes in the number one spot over on the modified side. Four-wheel drive side. Mark Mangan, the Outlaw. Whoa, the Outlaw and Mark Mangan, Goodhue, Minnesota. Do believe this is the only truck Mark has on hand here this weekend. Normally we've seen him with a couple different trucks. He's had the Bounty Hunter truck out for the last couple of years. 319.63. 315. There it is. 315.63. 315.63. But nonetheless, still a excellent run. That'll take over the number two spot for Mark Mangan. 315.62. So the Outlaw truck, Mark Mangan, will take over that number two spot over on the four-wheel drive side. 2015 Chevrolet 3500. Now this truck, he finished up number 6 out on the Grand National Circuit last year. Had one victory out in Dodge City, Kansas. So looks like over on the four-wheel drive side, we should have Jamie Bush with the Wild Ride up next. He'll be followed by DJ Sullivan and the Simon Says Chevrolet. And then Ike Zering with the Bucket List. Our next three over on the four-wheel drive side. Now over on the modified side, we should have Wayne Sullivan, Warsaw, Kentucky, with the Optima Batteries Kentuckian tractor. Of course, we're going to run another 3-engine combination here, the Sullivan family. Of course, the big winners at the championship tractor pull this past winter up in Louisville, Kentucky, as they were the grand champions on Saturday night with this tractor. And then, of course, Wayne will be followed by Steve Bunnage, the Takes a Lickin', and Doug Christensen with the Pack Rat number 4 out of the state of Minnesota. right, so it looks like they've got the Kentuckian fired up, and now, of course, Wayne Sullivan, a long-time modified competitor, goes back to the early 70s with the Kentuckian name, as you can see out on the front of that tractor, fans, the Massey Harris 444 hood that has adorned the front of all the Kentuckians that Wayne has put out on the tracks over the years. Of course, has been a national champion both indoors and outdoors back in the early 80s and into the early 90s as well, running the indoor circuits, and then the last couple of years has got himself a couple championships to go along with it as well. So Donnie Sullivan, we see out front, got a back dad in here. Donnie coming off a nice run in the two-wheel drive class we saw a little bit earlier on. So once again, new leader over on the modified side, 343.62. Brett Berg currently leads the class with the rank seed moneymaker. All right, Wayne Sullivan gets ready to go to work here. Gets a slack out of the chain, and we will turn the Kentuckian loose here tonight. Once again, 3 blown and injected Hemis. Here we go. All right, fans, nice straight pass here for the Kentuckian. As I do believe going to come up a little bit short here to that 343.62 set by Brett Berg. All right, fans, looks like going to hold that weight transfer machine for just a minute here as the laser crew will get the distance here for the Kentuckian tractor. As it looks like over on the four-wheel drive side, we got Jamie Bush, Mason City, Iowa, the Wild Ride. Top 2 right now on the four-wheel drive side. Jake Searing, number 1, the Rule 19. Number 2, the Chevrolet, Mark Mangan. The Outlaw, 315.62. All right, so they tell us got to change the batteries up in the laser, so it'll be just a minute or so. We'll get that taken care of, get the distance here for Wayne Sullivan. Once again, fans, tomorrow night, session number 2, 7 o'clock start. Once again, these 6 great classes will be in competition tomorrow night. All right, so currently over on the modified side, Brett Berg, the rank seed moneymaker. Of course, our leader at 343.62. Brandon Simon sits number 2, what Simon says at 322.46. And then it looks like we'll put Les Corporal number 3 at 297.66. As we are about the halfway point here in our 7,500-pound modified class, and then we will have the 10,000-pound, the Pro Stocks, final class of the evening. looks like we're going to go ahead here with Jamie Bush and the Wild Ride over on the four-wheel drive side. All right, so we're going to take the purple Ironman back to the start line here. We'll get the distance in here for Wayne Sullivan with the Optima Batteries Kentuckian tractor. All right, so looks like ready to go here. Four-wheel drive side. Wild Ride, Jamie Bush. Bought 2 trucks here and had to scratch one. The old Thunderstruck, not going to run tonight. And got to bouncing, fans. Four-wheel drive trucks, notorious for that bounce. And looks like, unfortunately for Jamie Bush, bounced past that 100-foot mark. Of course, we'll wait officially. All right, so they tell us, yep, was out of the throttle there before that 100-foot mark, so they'll pull him back, give him another shot here. You have to make the attempt. You have to get out of that throttle before the 100-foot mark. So the officials tell us, yes, he did. All right, fans, so it looks like we've got Jamie Bush just about back to the start line here for his second and final attempt over on the four-wheel drive side. So we get the distance here for Wayne Sullivan in the Optima Batteries Kentucky in 304.25. 304.25. Well, fans, unfortunately, that's going to be it for Jamie Bush. And the Wild Ride, the name of the truck, lives up to it here tonight, fans. Has just got the hopping out there. And unfortunately, not able to overcome that hop on the track here tonight. Let's give him a tough luck round of applause, fans. Jamie Bush coming out of Mason City, Iowa. So we'll measure him in at 142.81. 142.81, the distance for Jamie Bush here tonight. Now over on the modified side, we've got Steve Bunnage. Golden Gate, Illinois, the Takes a Lickin' tractor. Brand new tractor for 2023 for the Bunnage team. Brand new Angler chassis, brand new engines as well to go along with it. You name it, it's new on this tractor here. New paint job. Of course, the Bunnage family out of Golden Gate, Illinois. And right there, we looks like had a stuck throttle on that tractor and quickly got it shut down, fans, for no more damage. They'll check on Steve. Took a little bit of a wild ride down there, and All right, fans, so we're going to get Steve checked out here. Down here trackside, of course, a wild ride. Fans, let's give him a nice round of applause here for Steve Bunnage here tonight. Of course, we saw the tractor do a side-to-side motion out there, and of course, you never want to see that, of course, in our sport. All right, fans, so the full distance for Steve Bunnage comes in 224.82, 224.82 for Steve Bunnage here tonight. All right, fans, so next up over on the four-wheel drive side, we should have DJ Sullivan. We talked about the Simon Says Chevrolet. Of course, a truck that Roger himself had run for many, many years. Had a couple of trucks back in the day. The Simon Says, the blue truck here we're going to see in a little bit. And then, of course, the Captain May I, he ran for a twin to that truck. Of course, the Simon family had found where this truck was and purchased it, brought it out, and run out in the Pro Stock class for the last couple of years. And then they decided a 650 cubic inch engine became available, and they're like, you know what? Let's put it in this truck and get it back out on the track in the modified class. So the last time that this truck had run out in the modified class back in 1986, fans. And good to see it back out on the track here, of course, in loving memory of Roger Simon, the patriarch of the Simon Says pulling team. So DJ Sullivan going to do the driving here from right here in Farley of this Simon Says Chevrolet four-wheel drive. Of course, Jake Zaring, our current leader, 320.95 with the Rule 19 Dodge. Of course, fans, I invite you to get the opportunity to go in the pit area. Make sure you do check this truck out up close and personal. Still the all-steel bodies, got the original frame underneath this truck. Just a piece of history out there on the pulling track right now. All right, how many fans out there want to see the Simon Says truck take over that number one spot? Come on, let's hear you, fans. Great run right there, fans. DJ Sullivan. The Simon Says Chevrolet, the four-wheel drive. So that looks like number 3, right? All right, fans, look at that. Good enough for the number 3 spot. DJ Sullivan, 312.24. So 312.24. And that will put the Simon Says number 3 over on the four-wheel drive side. As we should have on the modified side, Doug Christensen, Glencoe, Minnesota, the Pack Rat number 4. Then we'll have the Giddy Up Jeff Rose, and then Joe Fintak, the North American, our final 3 modifieds. Of course, Brett Berg, our current leader, at 3:43 and 62. Of course, fans, the Pack Rat number 4 name for many, many years, driven by Doug's dad, Dennis. Dennis is kind of retired from the driving of the tractor, but down there, of course, the crew chief role from time to time. And as you can see on this modified, fans, once again, transverse mounted engines. Engine sitting sideways on that Angler chassis. Of course, here in the modified class, we've seen the modern chassis, which have become so popular. We've also got some Angler chassis as well, some homemades, some Scott Tedder chassis as well. The Pack Rat 4, fans, Glencoe, Minnesota. And Doug Christensen. And looks like a little bit of an alcohol fire out there, that right front engine. And track crew right on the spot down there. All right, so looks like we've got the fire taken care of down there. Looks like possibly may have injured that right front engine. We saw a lot of smoke there at the end of his pass. 303.01, fans. 303.01 for Doug Christensen with the Pack Rat number 4. Back over on the four-wheel drive side, Ike Zering, Fillmore, Indiana, the bucket list. Of course, this is part of the Zering pulling team, truck number 3. '94 Dodge Ram, number 5 in our Grand National points last year for Ike Zering. Of course, the team out of Fillmore, Indiana, just west of Indianapolis. Right now, got to beat Dad. Dad's sitting out at 320.95, our current leader. Over on the four-wheel drive side, Rule 19, Dodge. All right, fans, so the bucket list. And Ike Zering makes his run here, four-wheel drive side. Looks like we've got a handful of competitors to go over on the four-wheel drive side. Of course, we got to run the pro stocks after the mods here. Over on the grandstand side, 305.28 the distance, 305.28 the distance for Ike Zering. Now over here on the modified side, we should have Jeff Rose, Glencoe, Minnesota, with the Giddy Up 3-engine modified tractor. He'll be up next here. And looks like they're going to put that sled back over in that left-hand corner. Of course, this Giddy Up tractor runs in both the modified as well as the unlimited class with the NTPA Grand National Circuit. As Dad Ricky will do the driving in the unlimited class with 4 of the big Hemis on it. Just for the modified class, though, they will have 3 on here. And then we'll have Joe Fintak, our final competitor in the modified class, with the North American tractor. All right, fans, so they tell us over on the four-wheel drive side, Larry Peterson with the ProFab geared up truck. Going to be a scratch tonight. They've got some breakage in that truck. Not going to be able to get it fixed. So the ProFab geared up truck out of Baldwin, Wisconsin, not going to make his run here tonight. All right, fans, looks like going to go four-wheel drive side before the modified here is we've got Carmen Foster out of Bainbridge, Indiana, the Foster child, as Carmen makes her way to the weight transfer machine. Of course, Carmen, the points champion in the modified four-wheel drive class, 2021, the only woman to win a modified four-wheel drive championship. Also, the only lady to win at the championship tractor pull in Louisville in the four-wheel drive class as well. So, Carmen breaking a lot of barriers in the four-wheel drive class, and good to have her out on the circuit here for 2023. Last year, she finished up number 3 in points, had 3 victories throughout the summer. Now, her dad, Rob, for many, many years had run the Simply Red truck, and they sold that. That went down the road, so this is the lone truck in the stable here for the Foster family. Carmen Foster out of Indiana. Whoa, she had a lot of ground speed going. And then down towards the end of the run there, kind of got twisted up a little bit here. Was pretty close to that right-hand chalk line. All right, 313.14 for Carmen Foster, fans. Good enough for the number 3 spot right now. 313.14 for the Foster child, Carmen Foster. As we hear the Giddy Up tractor out of Glencoe, Minnesota, Jeff Rose getting that tractor fired up. He'll bring it up here to the starting line. Just 2 modifieds left to go here. Jeff Rose comes out on the track right now. You can see a little bit different combination here on this tractor. Now the driver sits a little bit forward of those rear tires. Got the stack combination here, the two heavies out front, the third one sitting up on top. Fans, second generation puller Jeff Rose in the seat here. Over the years have driven a super stock tractor before settling in here the seat of the Giddy Up. Dad's home farming, son here doing the driving. Down an excellent pass. I'll tell you, we've straightened that run out. Definitely would have been a leader here tonight, but nonetheless, a great job of driving here. Jeff Rose kind of got off to that right-hand side, brought it back around here. Definitely going to shake the order up here. Fans, back over the four-wheel drive side. We've got Danny Johnson, Baxley, Georgia, and that Desperado. Good looking old school Ford on the start line. Where's our Ford fans here tonight? Come on, Ford. 1966 model Ford. Danny Johnson out of Southeast Georgia, Baxley, Georgia. He calls home. All right, fans, so we do have a pull distance for Jeff Rose, the Giddy Up, at 316.24, 316.24. And then over on the four-wheel drive side, Danny Johnson with the Desperado, 309.10, 309.10. So it looks like we'll put Jeff Rose in the number 3 spot over on the modified side with one tractor left to go. And then we're going pro stock pulling, 19 tractors. All right, so it looks like Danny Johnson with the Desperado Ford 30910, currently number 5 over on the four-wheel drive side with 3 trucks left to go. All right, fans, so the final modified over on the grandstand side, Joe Fintak, North Collins, New York, just south of the Buffalo metro area. We'll have the North American to the starting line here, and of course got that sled spotted once again over in that left-hand corner. That seems to be, for our modified class, we have seen everybody work from just about the middle part of the track up to that left-hand corner. Looks like we're going to go ahead with another truck out of the state of Georgia over on the four-wheel drive side. Tyler Corsa, Blue Ridge, Georgia, and the Patriot machine. Now, we've seen the last couple of four-wheel drives working that right-hand sideline to perfection here. And let's see if they can bust things open here. Now, this truck finished number 7 on the Grand National Circuit 2006 Ford F350. All right, track is clear for the Patriot over on the four-wheel drive side. Fans, back over to the modified side. The North American, our final modified. Here we go. So the pole distance, Tyler Corsa with the Patriot, 304.66, 304.66. And over on the modified side, fans, distance 278.19, 278.19 for the North American and Joe Fintak. So fans, that means over on the modified side, the winner of the Sadler Powertrain Power Pole for the modified class is going to be Brett Berg with a great run of 343.62. So our Sadler Power Pole for the modified class, Brett Berg. Excellent run here tonight as the 6-time champion will start off this season with a victory. Finish up number 5 was Doug Christensen with the Pack Rat number 4. Number 4 tonight went to the Kentucky and Wayne Sullivan. The Giddy Up, Jeff Rose, number 3 here tonight. Second was Brandon Simon with Simon Says. And then, of course, our winner here tonight, the champion, Brett Berg, and the Rank Seed Moneymaker as he picks up the victory. Of course, he is the all-time winner in the modified class as well, as he came into tonight's program with 43 victories, so he will add a 44th to his back pocket here tonight. An excellent job for Brett Bergen team, as we will get the Purple Ironman set up for our final class over on the grandstand side, which will be the 10,000-pound Pro Stocks. As we've got Ben Ellis Jr. out of Champlain, Virginia, the Benjamin Chevrolet. And then Lisa Peterson will be our final hook over on the four-wheel drive side with the Pro Fab Chevrolet. Now, Ben Ellis, our 2018 Grand National Champion. Of course, out of the state of Virginia. Of course, Virginia, a hotbed for four-wheel drive competitors. Of course, the modified four-wheel drive started down there in the southeast and made their way back up into the Midwest back in the early days of the Grand National Circuit. Of course, this Grand National Circuit started back in 1977 here with the NTPA. So Ben Ellis Jr. with the Benjamin truck, the Chevrolet down the right-hand sideline once again here. All right, full distance 313.07. 313.07, and I believe number 4 right now. Yep. Confirmed, 313.07. Number 4 spot in our four-wheel drive competition with one truck left to go. And that's going to be Lisa Peterson, Baldwin, Wisconsin, with the Pro Fab Chevrolet. So Jake Zering took that number 1 spot first in the class, and he has held it here the duration of the 15 trucks. But we've got one to go, and it's a tough one. Lisa Peterson. All right, fans, so we got Brett Berg assembled down there trackside as he starts the 2023 campaign with a victory here at the 300 Raceway here, the Farley Nationals. We see Greg Randall down there trackside along with R.J. Simon, who present the check here. And we'll get everything set up down there before we send things down to the crew down there. So 19 Pro Stocks over here on the grandstand side. As looks like we're just about ready to go. We'll have Mike Connie and the Mac Nasty as a test puller over here on the Pro Stock side. He'll be followed by Denny Brown and Kevin Schmucker, our first 3 up. And looks like you guys are all set down there trackside. Take it away, Greg.
Thanks, Dan. I'll tell you what, Brett Berg, you finished off the champion in the mod class last year, opened up the 2023 campaign with a win. Congratulations. What's special about this place?
Oh, RJ and their family put together an amazing facility here, awesome track. Nice job, guys. I mean, you did a hell of a job.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. We really appreciate you coming here, and you did a hell of a job. And it's a little bummed you beat the Simon Says, but hey, we're proud of you, and we couldn't be happier to pull against you. And you got a great team here.
Thank you very much. first of all, thoughts and prayers out to Steve Bunny tonight. That was a heck of a ride. My crew chief, she's at home tonight, so this one's for you, babe. And had a good fill-in crew here tonight. CJ Hare, Brad Corporal, Marcus Weddleson, Blake Weddleson. All these guys were willing to give me a hand. RJ and your crew have been down there too. So thanks, guys, for all the help tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. Now, just everybody come on out tomorrow night. I think Brett's going to tune this thing up a little more and put on a hell of a show tomorrow night. What do you think, Brett?
We'll tune her up a little bit. We got a little left yet, so.
And he's on the cover of the NTPA souvenir program. We got those on sale. Heck, he might come back and sign a few.
You bet. You buy a copy, bring her down, we'll autograph them tomorrow. All afternoon.
Thanks, Brett. Back to you, Dan.
All right, fans, let's give a nice round of applause. The winner of our modified class tonight, Brett Berg out of Farmington, Minnesota. All right, well, do we have any Pro Stock fans out there tonight? Where's our Pro Stock fans? I know you folks have been waiting, and we have got a class assembled here tonight. Mike Connie going to start things off as our test puller. Of course, 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors. 680 cubic inches underneath the hood. Now, they're limited to one turbocharger, and they're limited to 6 inches on the exhaust side. There's still no limit on that inlet side. When it's all said and done, fans are cranking them around 5,000 horsepower. Get ready. It's going to be a good one. Mike Connie, our test puller. Grandstand side, the Mac Nasty, Beloit, Ohio. So Mike Connie having a little bit of trouble here. Of course, didn't make it past that 100-foot mark, so he does have another attempt here. All right, over on the four-wheel drive side. Final truck of the night in the four-wheel drive side. Lisa Peterson out of Baldwin, Wisconsin, the Profab. All right, word from trackside. Mike Connie going to drop the last. Going to drop. All right, fans, Lisa Peterson, we saw just past that 100-foot mark. The hop started. She tried to drive out of it, but got to that point, and she's like, nope, we're going to get out of it. Save the equipment for another day, fans. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Great job of driving there for Lisa Peterson. Unfortunately, not going to be the distance they're looking for here tonight. 188.64. 188.64. So, fans, looks like the winner of the Sadler Powertrain Power Pull for our four-wheel drive class here tonight going to be Jake Zering with a pull of 320.95 as he will take the victory here. Our top 5 finishers here in the four-wheel drive class. Finishing up in the number 5 spot was DJ Sullivan with Simon Says. Number 4 went to Ben Jamin and Ben Ellis Jr. Number 3 to Carmen Foster, the foster child. Second spot, the Outlaw and Mark Mangan. And then, of course, our winner here tonight, Jake Zering, with rule number 19. So, Jake Zering, we need you and your truck to the winner's circle, please. Jake Zering, if you can hear us, we need you and your truck to the winner's circle, please. Thank you. All right, so we're going to take the Mac Nasty Mike Connie back to the pit area, starting line area. As we'll move ahead here in the class, Denny Brown, Clay, Kentucky, up next here with the Green with Envy ride. As he will be our new test here as fans, the Green with Envy team. As Denny Brown going to be doing the driving here tonight. John Deere 8R340 machine. Team out of Western Kentucky put this new ride together. Fans, you'll also notice on these Pro Stock tractors, they'll run the smaller 24.5 rear tires. It's like we saw in the Super Farm class a little bit earlier on. Now they are allowed to run the component chassis in this class. Of course, a component chassis aftermarket. Pretty much an all-out racing frame. Run the aftermarket gearbox and all the goodies that go along with it. All right, so the tractor, the John Deere out of Clay, Kentucky, Denny Brown. All right, nice shot right there to get us going here in our 10,000-pound Pro Stock class. Pull distance comes in 324.08 for Denny Brown, 324.08 for the Green with Envy John Deere. So that will set the mark to beat here in our 10,000-pound Pro Stock class. So Kevin Schmucker, Louisville, Ohio, the Get Her Done Deere, our next tractor up, the John Deere 7830. Of course, the Schmucker pulling team, a father and son team. Kevin the dad, Danny the son. As dad will be up first here, of course, Kevin, a longtime Pro Stock runner, goes back to the early days of Pro Stock competition. Now, this Pro Stock class started back in 1981 as a sanctioned class with the NTPA. As a matter of fact, this event here in Farley, the 507th career hook for the Pro Stocks in NTPA history. So the Get Her Done Deere and Kevin Schmucker finished up number 4 in the Grand National points last year. Kevin will be followed by John Link and then Clint Menning and Jack Mays, our next 3 Pro Stocks coming up here. Once again, excellent field of Pro Stocks have assembled here at the Farley Nationals, it looks like we've got Jake Zering making his way here into the winner's circle, the Rule 19 Dodge. So we'll run the get her done of Kevin Schmucker, and then we'll turn things down to the winner's circle with our four-wheel drive winner here tonight. So the mark to beat over on the Pro Stocks, 324.08, 324.08. All right, track is clear. We're ready. Get her done. Dear Louisville, Ohio, Kevin Schmucker. Real strong pass right there, fans, for Kevin Schmucker. Let's give him a nice round of applause. The Get Her Done Deer. All right, pull distance, Kevin Schmucker, 322.84, 322.84. So that will put Kevin Schmucker in the number 2 spot here behind Denny Brown and the Green with Envy. As we've got John Link out of Hereford, Texas, up next with the Revelation Pro. That's going to be the first red one here in our Pro Stock class. We've got 14 of the Deers here in this class here tonight. We got 4 of the red ones and 1 Minneapolis Moline in our Pro Stock class here tonight. All right, fans, so the Revelation Pro and John Link, our next competitor up. Looks like we got Greg Randall, RJ Simon down in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Dan. And you know what? Just like Brett Berg, Mr. Zarin here is starting off his new campaign with a win. Congratulations. Tell us a little bit about your run tonight.
Yeah, you know, we really look forward to coming to this excellent facility, and we set our truck up just like Chapel Hill because I was warned this track could be as good as Chapel Hill, and it was second best at Chapel Hill. Excellent track. I really got to commend the people that built this track and the facility.
Well, here's the man behind the facility, Mr. RJ Simon.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We worked real hard on this, Jake, and I couldn't do it without you pullers coming out here, putting on a great show for these fans. Thank you, fans, for being here. We couldn't do it without you. And, yeah, we're going to keep trying to make this thing a power track for tomorrow night.
Our other 2 trucks hung right in there, too. One of them, the Fathead's truck, was a brand new chassis tonight, and we actually built that truck in 8 nights, not days. We worked all day and come home at night and worked 8 nights and put that truck together. I was really happy for my son tonight. And Carmen Foster, she's kind of with the team, too. So we're really proud of how we done, and thank you very much for having us tonight.
Yeah, the champion has a another champion.
I want to thank Schaefer's Oil. We switched to them this year, kind of going on board with them. And I really want to thank NTPA, Case IH, and all the other sponsors, Stop Fire, Top Secret, everything and everybody that helps this deal work. Thank you very much.
Jake, thank you very much, and good luck tomorrow night.
Yeah, I better thank my wife, too, because she let me come.
Yeah, and the wife swap TV show and all that, absolutely. You better thank her every day.
I still got the same wife, though, so I'm the winner.
You're the winner. Hey, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
All right, fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Jake Zering, our winner of our modified four-wheel drive competition here tonight, as we've got the red one moving out on the track right now. Pro stock competition. John Link out of Hereford, Texas, the Revelation Pro International 5688. Now makes his home in North Texas, just outside of Amarillo. Owns Link Seeds down there in the Hereford area. Of course, a rookie back in 2019 in the Pro Stock class, and it really has stepped up the program. Now, fans back at the Spring Nationals event up in Shipshewana, Indiana, this tractor swept both nights of competition there at the Shipshewana Spring Nationals event, and definitely looking for big things here tonight. So the outdoor season begins tonight. And John Link, one to watch here for 2023 with that red Revelation Pro. We got any red fans out there tonight? Where's our red fans? All right. Oh, yeah. Where's our red fans now? Woohoo. Nice run for John Link. Like I said, they've got a new combination underneath the side shields of that tractor, and boy, it has come alive here as of late. All right, pull distance 3:25.19. Fans, we got a new leader, and it's red. So John Link, just over a foot, will take over that number one spot here in Pro Stock competition. As we mentioned, we've got 19 of them. So one of the four red ones here in our Pro Stock class here tonight, John Link. Interesting story on John. Actually grew up in the state of Wisconsin before moving on down to Texas. All right, so we're going to go back to the John Deeres as next up. Well, actually, we're going to stay in the state of Texas. Here is Clint Metting, Nordheim, Texas, with the Bulletproof Buck. He'll be up here next. He'll be followed by the International Jack Mays and the Billet Binder, and then Peter Norton with the Money on Black out of the state of Indiana. Now here for the 2023 campaign, Clinton and his son Connor Metting. Now normally run out the Outlaw circuit throughout the summer. They run a limited style Pro Stock that with a regulated turbocharger underneath the hood. For this season, they have decided to put their hat in the ring and run with the NTPA Grand National Circuit. So we welcome them, and of course, Clint has run very, very well down at the Championship Tractor Pull down in Louisville. They actually changed the tractors over to run with the Midwestern Pro Stock rules, and have done very well with this tractor, as well as Connors. All right, so Clint Menning backing in here, the Bulletproof Buck out of Nordheim, Texas. As we've got John Link, the current leader out of Hereford, Texas, with the Revelation Pro International. Of course, the start, brand new season here for the Pro Stock Tractors. First and second hooks this weekend. They've got 18 on the docket for this season. Of course, the Pro Stock class, one of the popular classes out on the NTPA Grand National Circuit. A lot of promoters like to have the Pro Stocks. All right, 325.19, 325.19, the high water mark here. Pro Stock class, Clint Menning. All right, looks like going to pull him back, give him one more attempt here. Excellent run right there for Clint Menning. Once got that tractor lit, it was off to the races here tonight. All right, there you go, fans. Up on the scoreboard, new leader, 331.68, the John Deere out of Texas. And of course, the Menning family, you know, we talked about running on the Grand National Circuit for the first time. A lot of these tracks, going to for the first time. That all-important learning curve you get when you run out on the Grand National Circuit. So we're going to go back red here. Next tractor up, Jack Mays out of Amity, Missouri. Amity, Missouri, second-generation puller. The billet binder. Will be followed by Peter Norton in the Money on Black, and then Rob Russell, the Workhorse Pro from right here in Iowa. so we see the billet binder. Jack Mays making his way here to the starting line. Of course, Clint Metting, our current leader, 3:31.68 with the bulletproof buck. Another strong running international here as Jack Mays backing in. We see Dad Stewart down there. These two have been national champions over the years. So the International 1066 out of Northwest Missouri. All right, fan slack out of the chain. The billet binder. The Show Me State of Missouri. Jack Mays. What do you think, international fans? They go back on top. We saw that tractor bob up and down a little bit towards the end of his run there, but nonetheless, it's a good one, fans. We've got ourselves another new leader here, 3:33.27. So 3:33.27. For Jack Mays as he takes over that number one spot. All right, fans, so next up, Pro Stock Division. We've got Peter Norton, Franklin, Indiana. The money on black, John Deere 7930. Peter runs quite a large trucking company, of course. For many years, ran the Super Farm ranks before moving on up to the Pro Stocks. I believe this is year number 6 for Peter in the Pro Stock Division. right, track is clear. Peter Norton, the Money on Black John Deere, Franklin, Indiana. Once again, mark to beat 333.27. Jack Mays with the billet binder, our current leader. Fans, Peter Norton, and a little bit of a wild ride there. We saw that front end come up, and once it started bobbing like that, that was pretty much it. Of course, we've talked about that. Once you make it past that 100-foot mark, kind of like jumping off a diving board, you kind of get what you can get out there. As Peter knew that the tractor got to move it around on him. 297.29, the distance here for Peter Norton, 297.29. As you can see up on the replay there, that front end come up, come down, and once it starts that motion, that's pretty much it for him. All right, fans, so Robbie Russell in the Workhorse Pro, going to be our next pro stock up here. Prescott, Iowa, of course, a storied career in, of course, super stock tractors as well as the pro stocks for Rob Russell. And an NTPA Grand National Champion, the super stock ranks as well as the pro stocks. The Case International MX225 here for Rob Russell. Finish up number 9, Grand National points last year. All right, fans, the Workhorse Pro, Rob Russell on the starting line. 333.27, the mark to beat here in a pro stock class. right, the workhorse pro, Rob Russell, and comes to an abrupt stop there. Do believe going to be a little bit short of that 333.27 distance.
17.515.
Yeah, 317.51 the distance here, fans, for Rob Russell, 317.51. So Jack Mays, our current leader with the billet binder at 333.27. Looks like we'll put Clint Menning number 2 at 331.68 with the bulletproof buck. And then currently rounding out our top 3 right now, we've got John Link with the Revelation Pro at 325.19. So red, green, red right now our top 3 in pro stock. And it looks like for the next little bit here, we're going to, well, actually, we've got Brandon Simon up next with the Loud and Heavy. And then we'll have Rhett Parrish with the El Nino tractor, the red one out of Marion, Kentucky. Be followed by Julia Ray with the Mac Daddy John Deere. So kind of going back and forth here with between the red and green ones. All right, fans, so Brandon Simon up next here, the first of a couple rides he's going to have here in the pro stock class here tonight. Of course, you know, we talk about running the pro stocks for the first time here in Farley back in 2021. And also last year as well. Brandon, a 3-time winner here at his home pull, and would like to add another one to his back pocket here tonight. Up first with the Loud and Heavy machine. Of course, Brandon's third season in pro stock competition and been a national champion a couple times and a lot of victories stacking up those wins over the years. Now going to roll the dice here. Going to move that sled down to the bottom of the track. Going to go down the right-hand chalk line. Let's see what lane he will take here tonight. We've seen the first few tractors up there once again in that left-hand corner. All right, where's our Brandon Simon fans? You guys still out there? Come on, let's cheer them on. Let's make some noise. right, fans. Brandon Simon, the loud and heavy. Going to be awful close here. 3:33.27, the mark to beat. Jack Mays, our current leader.
340.295.
And looks like Brandon Simon, new leader, fans, 340.29. 340.29 for Brandon Simon. And, of course, he's going to have another bullet down towards the bottom of the field as well. The Loud and Heavy X, his second tractor, so takes over that number 1 spot. All right, fans, so looks like next up, Rhett Parrish, Marion, Kentucky, with the El Nino Case International. Took a victory out on the Grand National Circuit the last year down in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Of course, this was a brand new tractor built for the 2022 campaign and debuted down at the Championship Tractor Pull down in Louisville, and I think it set the internet on its ear for that particular event, as everybody wanted to see how that tractor came out of the Chaos Fabrication Shop up there in Pennsylvania. So Rhett, a third generation puller here in pro stock competition. All right, looks like going to put it in the same tracks as we just saw Brandon Simon go down that right side. Worked out good for Brandon. 340.29, current leader with the Loud and Heavy. slack out of the chain. We're ready to go. El Nino, start building the boost. And tough break right there for Rhett Parrish fans. Marion, Kentucky. As the El Nino going to come up short here tonight. That 340.29 distance of Brandon Simon. All right, pull distance for Rhett Parrish and the El Nino, 312.91, 312.91. So it looks like we've got 10 to go here in our Pro Stock class, session number 1.
Can we get some bigger trash bags?
Hey fans, we've got the 300 Raceway apparel. They're going to be shutting down in about 10 minutes, so if you'd like to grab yourself maybe a t-shirt or a sweatshirt, they are available, and looks like you're going to be down there for about 10 more minutes. So if you want to grab some 300 Raceway apparel, make sure you get down there and check it out just behind the main grandstand here. Simon says, and Simon Trucking Apparel down there. So get down there before they close up. All right, fans, so we're going to bring up Julia Ray up next here, the Mac Daddy John Deere 8410 out of Beloit, Ohio. Now, this was the number 2 tractor in Grand National points for 2022. Of course, Julia, a hard charger here, 2 victories throughout the summer. Julia, another competitor that has graduated from the Super Farm class. She ran for many, many years before moving on into the Pro Stocks, and you say she's had a lot of success here in Pro Stock competition. Let's see if she can get it all together here tonight. Take over that number 1 spot, 340.29. 340.29. Brandon Simon, current leader. All right, fans, Julia Ray, the Mac Daddy. lone female in our pro stock competition. Come on, ladies, let's cheer her on. Let's see if she can do it. I think she may have done it. We'll wait officially on the measurement. But what a job of driving. Julia Ray over on that left-hand chalk line. Brought it back around. And there it is, fans. New leader, 350.02, Julia Ray, as she takes over that number one spot here. So the Mac Daddy blasts into the number one spot here in our pro stock class. We'll move Brandon Simon down to the number two spot at 340.29. And currently sitting in the number three spot, we've got, looks like Jack Mays at 333.27. So that's our current top three right now. 2 deers and a red one, our top three. Fans, so it looks like going to go back to Farley, Iowa. Next up here is Jason Round with his first of 2 entries he'll have here in the competition. This one here, the 8370 entry, and then a little bit later on the 5020, the Industrial Force tractor. Fans, so Jason Round makes his way out on the track here. Jason with his shops right across the street here from Highway 20. Jason in the heavy haul business, the big wreckers. Fans, so Jason Round up here as looks like we'll have the second of the Schmucker tractors, and then we'll have Conley Metting, our third tractor out of the state of Texas, coming up here. But once again, mark to beat 350.02, Julia Ray, our current leader. Track is clear. John Deere 8370. Jason Round. interesting groove these tractors have been taking up here as followed Julia Ray up in that left-hand corner there, right along the white chalk line for Jason Round, and looks like kept the tractor in bounds. Of course, you touch that white line, will be disqualified, but nice job of driving here for Jason Round. Pole distance comes in 328.72, 328.72. And looks like right now good enough for the number 5 spot for Jason Round. As we'll have Kevin Schmucker coming back with the Rampage. Second tractor out of Louisville, Ohio, and then Conley Medding. All right, so Kevin Schmucker brings out the 2022 Grand National Champion tractor. There is the Rampage. Of course, Kevin's son Danny does most of the driving on the Rampage throughout the summer. Unfortunately, he's not able to be on hand here, back home farming. So Dad brought both the tractors out here to run for the Grand National points. Of course, the points go with the pulling vehicle. It's not actually with the driver, so you can have multiple drivers on a different or particular vehicle throughout the summer. All right, fans, looks like track is clear. We're ready to go. The Rampage, Kevin Schmucker. Once again, 350.02, 350.02. The mark to beat. right, so the Rampage, Louisville, Ohio, and Kevin Schmucker makes his run here tonight. As we're starting to pile up a couple pro stocks up in that same spot up there in the 320 range here. 322.81 the distance, 322.81 for Kevin Schmucker. As we'll have the second of the betting tractors here. Conley Betting will be up with the Bull Wagon, Nordheim, Texas. And we're going to go back red as we've got Tim Kane with the Red Gambler and then Brandon Simon with his second tractor of the night. All right, so we saw Dad Clint a little bit earlier, Clint Betting with the Bulletproof Buck. Now it's time for son Conley, the Bull Wagon. You can see we moved that Ironman purple sled back up here to the left-hand corner. Now, we have seen the last couple tractors start down the bottom of the track and work their way up to the left-hand side. I think we've kind of wore that groove out on the track here. Going to try something a little bit different. All right, so Conley Metting gets his tractor, the Bull Wagon, up here, and we'll get him backed into the weight transfer machine, our third tractor out of the state of Texas. All right, looks like caught slack out of the chain. Here we go, the Bull Wagon. Conley Medding. Once again, 350.02. 350.02. All right, so the Bullwagon, Conley Medding, makes his run here tonight. Do believe going to be a little bit short of that lead distance here, but nonetheless, we mentioned, of course, running out here in the Midwest for the Meddings here for the 2023 Grand National Circuit.
315.110, 315.110.
So 315.11 the distance, 315.11. As we'll have the international Tim Kaine out of New Palestine, Indiana, our next competitor, the Red Gambler. All right, so still no change. Our top three currently, 350.02. Julia Ray, our leader with the Mac Daddy. Second spot, Brandon Simon, the Loud and Heavy, 340.29. And then we've got Jack Mays with the International, the Billet Binder at 333.27. All right, fans, so the International 1066, the Red Gambler, 2009 Grand National Champion. Last year finished up in the number 5 spot. Now, normally the Canes will run out with 2 tractors out on the circuit, and this year, son Chris going to be out with the limited pro stock, the 5.0 pro stock class. All right, so we're ready. The Red Gambler, Tim Kaine. so the Red Gambler, Tim Kane, going to come up short here tonight, fans. Let's give him a nice round of applause. New Palestine, Indiana. As Brandon Simon will be our next tractor up here, the Loud and Heavy X. So pull distance for Tim Kane, 300.76, 300.76. So we are down to our last handful of pullers, fans, for session number 1 here, 5 to go. So Brandon Simon will bring up his second tractor of the night here in our Pro Stock class. This one here, the Loud and Heavy X, the John Deere 8400R. Finish up number 10 on the Grand National Circuit with this tractor, and going to move that sled back up to the top side of the track here. We saw on his first run, now he's sitting number 2 with his Loud and Heavy tractor. Remember, he started off on the bottom side of the track, the right-hand side. All right, so currently sitting in the number 2 spot with his first tractor at 340.29. Now the Loud and Heavy X going to put up on the left-hand sideline. He'll be followed by Jason Round and Esden Lemke, our next couple competitors. Looks like he's ready to go. The Loud and Heavy X, Brandon Simon. It looks like just going to back it up, give him one more shot here. All right, so this will be second and final attempt here for Brandon Simon. Looks like just not able to get locked into that track here tonight, fans. Let's give him a nice round of applause for Brandon Simon, the Loud and Heavy X. right, 293.37, 293.37 for Brandon Simon. As we've got Jason Round with his second tractor up next. We've got Esden Lemke, Brent Meyer, and then Mike Connie, our final tractor of the night. So once again, 350.02, the mark to beat here in our Pro Stock class with just 4 left to go. All right, so the John Deere 5020, Jason Round, his second shot of the night here. We saw a nice run from his first tractor. That one was the John Deere 8370. He went 328.72. So the John Deere 5020 painted in that John Deere industrial yellow. All right, fans, so it looks like Jason Round got the sled spotted down towards the middle part of the track here. All right, here we go. John Deere 5020. Wow, what a hole shot right there for Jason Round. Wow, the RPMs come up, and he was off to the races, unfortunately. Just looks like got underneath that turbo.
77.015. 77.015.
So 277.01 for Jason Round, 277.01. So Esden Lemke, the new generation plus. Then we've got Brent Meyer and Mike Connie, our 3 final competitors. right, fans. So next up, we go Helenville, Wisconsin. New Generation Plus, the newlywed, Asden Lemke, just married just a couple weeks ago. All right, so the John Deere 4010, the New Generation Plus. Asden Lemke, 6th in the Grand National points for 2022. Of course, his dad, the proprietor of a Lemke machine up there in Helenville, Wisconsin. Developed that John Deere billet block for pro stock competition, and getting more and more of those out on the circuit each and every event that the pro stocks are at. And of course, very, very busy up there in their shop. All right, 350.02. That's what it's going to take, 350.02. So the New Generation Plus and Asden Lemke going to come up short here tonight, as we really start to see the distances fall back here. .299.43 the distance, 299.43. So 2 to go, 1 out of Wisconsin, 1 out of Ohio. Take us home here tonight. Session number 1. All right, so the injected funds and Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin. Our next tractor up, the John Deere 7310R. This gentleman, a former truck puller, and moving on into the pro stock ranks. fan. So the Injected Funds tractor, Brent Meyer, makes his way out on the track here. First, Brent involved with the Lincoln Diesel Specialties. As I mentioned, used to be a diesel truck puller. And then we'll go back to the top of the class. Our original test puller, Mike County, with the Mac Nasty, will have the final word here tonight. All right, looks like some final words of encouragement here. Going to turn them loose. Brent Meyer and the Injected Funds, John Deere. So Brent Meyer with the Injected Funds makes a nice run here as we are down to one. Just one left to go. All right, 327.90, 327.90. So a real nice run there for Brent Meyer, late in the class. And looks like number 6 spot right now. So Mike County, the Mac Nasty, our final competitor here in the 10,000-pound Pro Stock, session number 1. So going to be a county in the winner's circle, just a matter of which one on top here tonight. As Julia laid down an excellent run here with her Mac Daddy tractor at 350.02. And been holding on since about the midway point of this class. So Mike was our test puller. We saw him just shy of that 100-foot mark, dropped the last in the class. So right, so the John Deere 8410, Mike Connie. The Mac Nasty, Beloit, Ohio. Fans, this is going to be it, the final tractor of the night. Once again, 350.02. Going to be the mark to beat here. All right, so he does have one more attempt here. Didn't make it past that 100-foot mark. All right, pull distance 66.43. So it does have another attempt here. Didn't make it past that 100-foot mark. All right, we see the crew making some final adjustments here, and they'll turn things back over to Mike Connie. Green flags are out. One attempt left here for Mike. All right, fans, let's give him a nice round of applause. Mike Connie, as he'll finish out the program here tonight. We'll get our top 5 rundown, and we'll get Julia Ray to the winner's circle. And it's going to be our champion here tonight, session number 1. So officially the distance for Mike Connie, 300.35, 300.35. So finishing up in the number 5 spot was Jason Round with the John Deere 8370. Number 4 spot went to Clint Menning with the Bulletproof Buck. The Billet Binder, Jack Mays was 3rd. 2nd spot went to Brandon Simon, the Loud and Heavy. And then, of course, our winner here tonight, Julia Ray with the Mac Daddy, our champion here, session number 1. So if we could get Julia and her tractor to the winner's circle here, make the presentation. For you fans heading out, we thank you on behalf of the 300 Raceway, as well as the NTPA, for your attendance here tonight. Hope to see you back here for session number 2 tomorrow night, starting at 7 o'clock. Once again, 6 classes going to be ready to go back at it. And with that, we'll get things down here to the winner's circle. And please drive safely on your way home tonight.
Still got it on here. Here we go.
Well, I'll tell you what, behind every good wife is a good husband, and here's a guy that really does a lot of work on the Mack tractors. Congratulations, Tate.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just want to thank everybody, NTPA, Simons. This place is awesome to come to, first class. I want to thank Mack Trailer, Carl and Cope, Weimer Fuel and Air, Bill Humphrey, and Chad Mayhill for the tires. They hooked up good tonight. So,
RJ.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Couldn't do it without Mack Trailer and all you fans that are still left around here. We appreciate you sticking it out. We had a little hiccup there with that tractor accident. Glad Steve's doing okay. But, yeah, thanks again for you guys coming out here, putting on a hell of a show tonight.
appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow.